why highly intelligent people feel emotionally exhausted so often. There is a kind of tiredness that sleep does not fix, not because your body is weak, but because your mind never actually stops moving. And the strange part is that from the outside, intelligent people often look completely fine. They are functioning. They are answering messages. They are showing up to work. They are making jokes, but internally, their brain is carrying the emotional weight of 10 different realities at the same time. Most people think intelligence makes life easier. Faster thinking, better decisions, more awareness. But what nobody talks about is how awareness becomes a burden when your brain notices everything. Every shift in tone, every hidden intention, every contradiction in people, every possible outcome. Your mind starts processing life on multiple levels at once, and after enough years, it becomes emotionally exhausting just to exist around people who are operating on autopilot. Highly intelligent people are rarely only thinking about what is happening right now. They are thinking about why it is happening, what caused it, what it could turn into, how other people feel about it, and what the long-term consequences might be. Their brain is constantly zooming out. And that sounds useful until you realize it means they almost never get mental silence. Imagine walking into a normal conversation and instantly noticing the insecurity behind someone's confidence, the passive aggression hidden in a compliment, the emotional tension nobody else in the room is reacting to. Intelligent minds pick up patterns automatically. They read behavior like background code running beneath reality. And over time, that creates emotional fatigue because the brain never gets to simply experience life. It keeps analyzing it. This is why many intelligent people struggle with overthinking even in situations that seem small. Their brain treats everything like information that needs to be decoded. A simple text message becomes 20 possible interpretations. A minor disagreement becomes a deep analysis of the relationship itself. A social interaction from 3 days ago randomly replays in their mind at 2 in the morning because their brain is still trying to fully understand it. What makes this worse is that society usually rewards intelligent people for being useful, not emotionally healthy. When you are the person who solves problems, understands complex situations, or gives good advice, people slowly start expecting you to carry emotional weight without breaking. But intelligence does not cancel emotional sensitivity. In many cases, it amplifies it. Research in psychology has shown that highly intelligent individuals often experience stronger emotional intensity because their brains process stimuli more deeply. Some psychologists call this overexcitability. It means the nervous system reacts more intensely to emotional, intellectual, and sensory input. So while other people may brush things off quickly, intelligent people often absorb experiences more deeply and replay them longer. That creates a dangerous cycle. The more deeply you think, the more emotionally exhausted you become. And the more emotionally exhausted you become, the more isolated you feel, because very few people understand what is actually draining you. The hardest part is that this exhaustion is invisible. Nobody sees the mental tabs open in your head all day. Nobody sees how exhausting it is to constantly predict outcomes before they happen. Nobody sees how often intelligent people rehearse conversations in advance because they are already anticipating emotional reactions. It is like living with a brain that refuses to stop preparing for futures that may never even arrive. And eventually, many intelligent people start disconnecting from others without realizing it, not because they hate people, but because social interaction becomes mentally expensive. Small talk feels empty. Repetitive conversations feel draining. Fake energy feels unbearable. They start craving depth, honesty, and emotional intelligence in a world that often rewards performance over authenticity. This is also why intelligent people sometimes look emotionally cold when they are actually emotionally overloaded. They are not detached because they feel nothing. They are detached because they feel too much at once. Their brain becomes a crowded room of thoughts, predictions, memories, and emotional calculations. At some point, shutting down feels easier than explaining the chaos. There is also another layer people rarely mention. Intelligent minds tend to carry a painful awareness of how broken many systems are. They notice manipulation in media. They notice shallow social behavior. They notice how often people choose comfort over truth. Once you start seeing these patterns clearly, it becomes difficult to unsee them. And that awareness creates a kind of existential exhaustion that is hard to explain to people who are not constantly analyzing the world beneath the surface. Sometimes the intelligent person is not exhausted because life is objectively harder. They are exhausted because their brain experiences life at a higher resolution, and the tragedy is that many of them blame themselves for it. They think they are too sensitive, too serious, too distant, too complicated. But in reality, their mind has simply been overstimulated for years without rest. Constant thinking creates constant emotional tension. The brain was never designed to endlessly process modern life 24 hours a day with no silence. This is why intelligent people often crave solitude so deeply. Solitude is one of the only places where the brain can stop performing. No decoding facial expressions. No filtering thoughts. No managing emotional energy. Just temporary quiet. But even then, the mind often keeps running. That is the curse nobody warns intelligent people about. A powerful mind can solve problems, create ideas, and understand human nature deeply. But it can also trap a person inside endless awareness. And when awareness has no off switch, emotional exhaustion becomes a permanent background noise in life. The hidden loneliness of being smarter than your environment. You can be surrounded by people every single day and still feel completely alone. Not physically alone, mentally alone, emotionally alone. Like your mind is living in a different reality from everyone around you. And the strange thing is, most intelligent people do not realize this immediately. At first, they just feel disconnected. Conversations start feeling repetitive. Surface-level interactions become exhausting. They notice themselves pretending to care about topics that feel painfully empty just to avoid looking difficult or arrogant. Over time, they slowly begin shrinking parts of themselves to fit into environments that cannot meet them mentally or emotionally. That is where the loneliness begins. Not in isolation, but in adaptation. Because when someone is consistently more self-aware, more analytical, or more emotionally perceptive than the people around them, they often learn very early that expressing their full thoughts creates distance. So they stop doing it. They simplify themselves. They hold back ideas. They laugh at conversations that do not interest them. They nod at opinions they already know are flawed, because correcting everything would make social life unbearable. And after years of doing this, they start feeling invisible. One of the most painful experiences for intelligent people is realizing they are deeply understood by almost nobody. People may admire them, depend on them, even respect them, but very few actually see them. Very few can follow the full depth of how they think, what they notice, or how intensely they experience life internally. That creates a strange emotional contradiction. Intelligent people are often the ones others come to for advice, guidance, or emotional support. Yet internally, they feel like there is nobody they can fully open up to without being misunderstood, dismissed, or simplified. So they carry everything alone. And eventually, that emotional isolation changes the way they interact with the world. You start noticing it in small ways. They hesitate before speaking because they are already calculating whether people will understand what they really mean. They stop explaining themselves because they are tired of watching their thoughts get reduced into something shallow. They become quieter, not because they have nothing to say, but because they are exhausted from translating their mind into a language their environment can digest. This is especially painful in environments that punish depth. Many intelligent people grow up in families, schools, workplaces, or social circles where curiosity is not valued. Independent thinking feels threatening to insecure people. Asking deeper questions makes others uncomfortable. Emotional insight gets mistaken for overthinking, and slowly, the intelligent person learns that being fully themselves creates friction, so they adapt by becoming smaller versions of themselves. Psychologists sometimes describe this as intellectual loneliness. It is the feeling of lacking meaningful cognitive and emotional connection with the people around you. Human beings are wired for resonance. We want to feel mentally seen. We want conversations that stimulate us emotionally and intellectually. Without that, people often experience a quiet form of emptiness that looks normal from the outside, but feels heavy internally. And this loneliness becomes even worse when intelligence is paired with self-awareness. Because intelligent people often notice social dynamics other people ignore. They notice fake friendships held together by convenience. They notice conversations driven by ego instead of honesty. They notice how often people avoid difficult truths to protect comfort. Over time, they begin feeling like they are watching human behavior from behind glass instead of participating naturally in it. The problem is that once you see these patterns clearly, social life can start feeling performative. You walk into a room and instantly feel the emotional tension nobody is mentioning. You hear people speaking, but you also hear insecurity hiding underneath confidence. You notice manipulation disguised as kindness, attention-seeking disguised as authenticity, validation disguised as connection. And after enough exposure to shallow interaction, intelligent people often stop craving popularity altogether. What they actually crave is depth. A conversation where they do not have to filter themselves. A person who understands nuance. Someone who can handle complexity without becoming defensive. But those connections are rare. So many intelligent people spend years feeling emotionally homeless inside environments that technically include other human beings. This is why some highly intelligent people disappear socially for long periods of time. It is not always depression or antisocial behavior. Sometimes solitude simply feels safer than constantly feeling misunderstood. Solitude removes the pressure to simplify yourself. It removes the exhaustion of pretending surface-level interaction is fulfilling when internally you are starving for something real. And yet, even solitude becomes painful after a while because human beings still need connection. That is the hidden trap. Intelligent people often outgrow environments long before they physically leave them. They mentally leave first. Their interests evolve. Their perspective deepens, their awareness expands, but their surroundings remain emotionally stagnant. So every interaction starts feeling like they are speaking a language nobody around them fully hears. And eventually they begin questioning themselves. Maybe I am too intense. Maybe I expect too much depth. Maybe I am the problem. But usually, the issue is not arrogance or superiority. It is misalignment. There is a massive difference between thinking you are better than people and feeling painfully disconnected from the level of connection around you. Most intelligent people are not searching for perfection. They are searching for resonance, for conversations that go beyond routine scripts, for honesty that is not performative, for emotional intelligence that does not require endless explanation. What makes this loneliness especially dangerous is that it often stays hidden for years. Intelligent people become extremely good at functioning while disconnected. They learn how to socialize without feeling connected. They learn how to smile without feeling understood. They learn how to maintain relationships that never truly reach them emotionally. But internally, the loneliness keeps growing because the human mind can survive without constant attention. It can survive without popularity, but it struggles deeply without genuine understanding. And when someone spends enough years feeling mentally alone in every room they enter, they eventually stop expecting connection altogether. That is when loneliness stops feeling sharp and starts feeling normal, which is sometimes the saddest part of all. Why overthinking becomes a mental prison. At first, overthinking feels like intelligence. It feels responsible, productive, safe. Your brain convinces you that if you analyze something long enough, you can prevent pain before it happens. So you replay conversations. You predict outcomes. You mentally rehearse situations that have not even happened yet. And for a while, it feels like control. But slowly, without realizing it, your mind stops becoming a tool and starts becoming a prison. Because overthinking is not just thinking deeply. It is the inability to emotionally leave a thought once your brain attaches importance to it. And intelligent people are especially vulnerable to this because their minds are built to detect patterns, solve problems, and anticipate consequences. The brain becomes obsessed with understanding everything completely before it allows itself to relax. The problem is that life does not work that way. Human relationships are unpredictable. The future is uncertain. People contradict themselves constantly. Emotions change, intentions shift, and no amount of analysis can fully eliminate uncertainty. But the overthinking mind keeps trying anyway. It keeps searching for the perfect explanation, the perfect decision, the perfect response that will finally create certainty. And that search never ends. This is why overthinkers often feel mentally exhausted, even when they have done nothing physically demanding. Their brain has been running emotional simulations for hours. Every possible scenario gets explored. Every interaction gets dissected. Every mistake gets replayed from different angles, as if the mind believes suffering enough will somehow rewrite the past. What makes this exhausting is that overthinking usually disguises itself as problem solving. You tell yourself you are just being careful, just being aware, just trying to understand, but real problem solving leads somewhere. Overthinking loops. It circles the same thought repeatedly without resolution, because the brain is no longer searching for answers. It is searching for emotional safety. And emotionally, safety feels impossible when your mind can imagine every way things could go wrong. That is the hidden curse of intelligence. A powerful imagination does not only create creativity, it also creates anxiety. Intelligent people are often capable of visualizing consequences so vividly that imagined pain starts feeling emotionally real before anything has even happened. A simple unanswered message becomes a potential rejection. A small mistake becomes a catastrophic future. A delayed response from someone turns into a full emotional investigation. The brain fills silence with stories because uncertainty feels unbearable. Neuroscience actually explains part of this. The human brain is designed to protect survival by predicting threats, but in highly analytical people, this system can become overactive. The prefrontal cortex keeps trying to solve emotional uncertainty logically, while the nervous system stays trapped in a low-level stress response. The result is a mind that cannot stop scanning for problems even in moments that should feel peaceful. That is why overthinkers struggle to rest. Even during quiet moments, the brain keeps searching for unfinished emotional business. It reopens old memories. It analyzes future conversations. It creates imaginary conflicts. It questions decisions that were already made weeks ago. The body may be sitting still, but internally the mind is sprinting nonstop. And after enough years, this creates a painful relationship with your own thoughts. Your mind stops feeling like a safe place to exist. Many intelligent people secretly dread being alone with their thoughts because silence gives the overthinking room to grow louder. Distractions become survival tools. Music, videos, constant scrolling, endless stimulation. Not always for entertainment, but because quietness forces them to confront the chaos happening internally. What makes overthinking even more dangerous is how often society praises it. People call you thoughtful, smart, self-aware, responsible. But there is a difference between awareness and self-imprisonment. At some point, thinking stops helping and starts harming. The brain becomes trapped in analysis while life keeps moving forward without you emotionally participating in it. Overthinkers often miss experiences because they are too busy mentally preparing for them. They struggle to enjoy relationships because they are analyzing them while they are happening. They struggle to feel peace because their brain treats peace like a temporary illusion before the next problem arrives. Even happiness becomes difficult because the mind immediately starts anticipating how it could disappear. And eventually, many overthinkers become emotionally detached from the present moment entirely. Their body exists here, but their mind lives somewhere else, in regrets, in predictions, in imagined conversations, in worst-case scenarios that never arrive. The present becomes inaccessible because the brain is constantly traveling through time searching for control. One of the darkest parts of overthinking is that it often creates the very suffering it tries to prevent. The person overanalyzes relationships until they become emotionally distant. They replay mistakes until confidence disappears. They anticipate rejection so intensely that they stop expressing themselves honestly. Fear of pain slowly turns into avoidance of life itself. And the worst part is that most overthinkers are fully aware this is happening while still feeling unable to stop. That creates helplessness. You know your thoughts are irrational, but your emotions still react to them as if they are real. You know you are creating scenarios in your head, but your body still feels the stress anyway. The mind becomes both the creator of the fear and the victim of it. This is why overthinking feels like a prison. Not because thoughts exist, but because the mind loses the ability to let them pass naturally. Every thought feels important. Every emotion feels urgent. Every uncertainty feels like something that must be solved immediately. But life was never meant to be fully solved. Some things can only be lived through, not mentally mastered in advance. And the moment a person finally understands that, the prison door starts opening. How modern society punishes deep thinkers. The modern world says it values intelligence. It praises innovation, creativity, and critical thinking. But if you actually pay attention to how society functions day to day, you start noticing something uncomfortable. Most systems do not reward deep thinking. They reward speed, distraction, obedience, and performance. And for people who naturally think deeply, that creates a constant feeling of friction with the world around them. Deep thinkers move differently. They question things other people accept automatically. They analyze motives. They reflect before speaking. They search for meaning beneath appearances. But modern society is built for fast reactions, short attention spans, and surface-level engagement. Everything moves quickly. Social media rewards instant opinions. Workplaces reward efficiency over reflection. Conversations are becoming shorter while stimulation becomes endless. The result is that deep thinkers often feel psychologically out of place in environments that constantly pressure them to think less and consume more. You can see this everywhere. A person who asks difficult questions gets labeled negative. Someone who needs time alone to process life gets called distant. A person who notices contradictions inside social systems gets treated like they are overcomplicating things. Deep emotional awareness becomes mistaken for sensitivity. Careful thinking becomes mistaken for hesitation. And after enough years of this, many intelligent people start feeling like their natural way of existing has become incompatible with modern culture. Because society loves intelligence when it creates profit or entertainment. But it becomes uncomfortable when intelligence starts exposing uncomfortable truths. Deep thinkers tend to notice things that disrupt social comfort. They notice performative behavior. They notice emotional dishonesty. They notice how many people build identities around external validation rather than self-understanding. And when someone consistently sees beneath the surface, they unintentionally threaten environments built on superficial stability. That is why many deep thinkers learn to stay quiet. Not because they have nothing to say, but because experience teaches them that most people do not actually want depth during everyday life. They want simplicity, predictability, easy narratives, quick emotional rewards. Deep conversations require self-reflection, and self-reflection can be painful. Modern society also overwhelms deep thinkers neurologically. The human brain was not designed for nonstop stimulation 24 hours a day. Notifications, news, algorithms, endless scrolling, constant noise. The average person adapts by skimming through life mentally. But deep thinkers absorb more from their environment. Their nervous system processes experiences more intensely. What others filter out automatically, they often internalize deeply. This is why so many intelligent people feel mentally exhausted by modern life, even when they cannot explain exactly why. Their brain is carrying too much input. Every tragedy becomes emotionally real. Every social tension gets analyzed. Every contradiction in society gets mentally processed. They are not simply consuming information. They are emotionally digesting it. And eventually, the mind becomes overloaded from trying to make sense of a world that rarely slows down long enough to be understood properly. Psychologists have studied something called cognitive overload, where excessive information and constant stimulation reduce mental clarity and emotional regulation. But for deep thinkers, the problem goes beyond productivity. The overload becomes existential. Their brain is not just tired from information, it is tired from meaninglessness. Because modern culture constantly pushes distraction instead of depth. People are encouraged to stay entertained rather than reflective, busy rather than present, reactive rather than conscious. Silence has become uncomfortable because silence forces people to confront themselves, and deep thinkers spend large portions of their lives confronting themselves internally, whether they want to or not. That creates loneliness. Not just social loneliness, but philosophical loneliness. The feeling that your environment rewards traits that feel emotionally empty to you. You start looking around and realizing that many people are chasing attention instead of understanding, stimulation instead of peace, visibility instead of authenticity. And once you see that clearly, it becomes difficult to participate in society the same way again. Deep thinkers often struggle in workplaces for this exact reason. Many professional environments reward confidence over wisdom, fast answers over thoughtful analysis, networking over genuine connection. A person who carefully evaluates problems may be overlooked while louder personalities dominate attention. Intelligence becomes less important than social performance. This slowly creates emotional fatigue because deep thinkers often feel pressured to constantly translate themselves into simpler versions that fit the pace of modern culture. Even relationships become difficult. Modern dating often rewards image management instead of emotional honesty. Friendships become transactional. Conversations stay surface level because vulnerability makes people uncomfortable. And deep thinkers begin starving for connection that feels psychologically real instead of socially rehearsed. The painful irony is that society depends heavily on deep thinkers while simultaneously exhausting them. The artists who create meaningful work, the scientists who question assumptions, the writers who articulate uncomfortable truths, the innovators who imagine different futures. Nearly every major shift in human progress came from people willing to think beyond surface-level reality. Yet those same people are often misunderstood while they are alive because depth naturally challenges social norms. And eventually, many deep thinkers start withdrawing from the world emotionally, not because they hate people, but because they are tired of environments that reward pretending over honesty. They become quieter, more selective, more private. They stop chasing approval because they realize approval often comes from conforming to systems they no longer believe in. But the deepest frustration is this: most deep thinkers are not asking for perfection. They are asking for sincerity, real conversations, real reflection, real emotional presence, a slower and more conscious way of existing. But modern life rarely pauses long enough to offer that. So they walk through society carrying thoughts they cannot fully share, emotions they cannot fully explain, and awareness they cannot easily turn off. And over time, they begin feeling less like participants in modern culture and more like observers trapped inside it. Why intelligent minds struggle to find meaning in ordinary life. For some people, ordinary life is enough. Simple routines, casual conversations, small goals, repeating the same cycle every day without questioning it too deeply. They wake up, go to work, distract themselves for a few hours sleep, and repeat. And somehow, they feel relatively fine living that way. But intelligent minds often cannot do that for long. Not because they think they are above ordinary life, but because their brain keeps asking questions that ordinary routines cannot answer. Questions like, why am I doing this? What is the point of all this effort? Why does modern life feel emotionally empty, even when everything looks normal from the outside? And once those questions start becoming constant, It becomes difficult to move through life unconsciously anymore. This is one of the hidden struggles of intelligence that almost nobody talks about. Intelligent people are often not suffering because life is objectively terrible. They are suffering because their awareness keeps searching for meaning in systems that often feel meaningless. A repetitive job starts feeling psychologically suffocating. Small talk starts feeling hollow. Chasing status or money without emotional fulfillment starts feeling deeply artificial. They begin noticing how many people are surviving on distraction instead of purpose. And the more conscious they become of this, the harder it becomes to emotionally participate in ordinary life the same way everyone else seems to. That creates a strange form of isolation. You are physically present in normal life, but internally, part of you feels disconnected from it. You go through routines while constantly questioning them at the same time. Your body follows structure, but your mind keeps pulling toward deeper understanding. This is why many intelligent people secretly feel exhausted by lives that appear stable from the outside. Because stability without meaning eventually feels empty. Psychologists have studied this for decades. Human beings are not fulfilled by survival alone. The brain also craves significance, purpose, coherence, a feeling that life connects to something deeper than repetition. But intelligent minds tend to experience this need more intensely because they naturally analyze existence itself. They do not just experience life, they examine it. And that examination can become emotionally dangerous in modern society because modern life often prioritizes productivity over meaning. People are taught how to earn money, how to perform socially, how to stay busy, but very few are taught how to build a meaningful inner life. So intelligent people often reach milestones that are supposed to create happiness only to realize they still feel empty afterward. Good job, still empty. More money, still restless. Social approval, still disconnected. And that realization becomes terrifying because it breaks the illusion that external success automatically creates internal fulfillment. This is where existential thinking begins taking over. Intelligent minds start questioning everything they once accepted automatically. Why are people spending their entire lives chasing validation from strangers? Why does society reward superficial success more than emotional health? Why do so many people seem emotionally numb while pretending to be happy? And once someone starts seeing these contradictions clearly, ordinary life can begin feeling surreal. You walk through crowded cities watching people rush constantly, yet very few seem emotionally present. Everyone is busy, but many are internally lost. Everyone is connected digitally, but loneliness keeps increasing. Intelligent minds notice these patterns deeply, and that awareness slowly changes how they experience reality itself. The problem is that awareness without meaning creates emotional heaviness. A person can tolerate suffering far more easily when they believe it serves a purpose, but meaningless repetition drains the human spirit. And intelligent people often feel that drain intensely because their brain keeps searching for depth in environments built around routine consumption. This is why many intelligent people become obsessed with philosophy, psychology, spirituality, art, or self-understanding at some point in life. They are not always searching for answers. Sometimes they are searching for something that finally feels real. Something beyond performance. Something beyond survival. Something beyond waking up every day just to repeat the same emotional cycle. Because once an intelligent mind realizes how temporary everything is, ordinary distractions stop working the same way. Temporary entertainment cannot fully silence existential awareness. The brain keeps returning to bigger questions. What actually matters? What makes a life meaningful? What kind of existence feels emotionally true instead of socially programmed? And unfortunately, modern culture rarely gives satisfying answers to those questions. Instead, it offers endless distraction, more content, more consumption, more stimulation. But intelligent minds often feel emptier after excessive distraction because distraction delays meaning without replacing it. That is why some highly intelligent people look unmotivated from the outside when internally they are actually overwhelmed by existential conflict. It is difficult to force enthusiasm for goals that no longer feel emotionally convincing. Difficult to stay excited about systems that feel spiritually hollow. Difficult to keep participating in routines when your mind constantly sees how temporary and fragile everything really is. And this creates guilt, because intelligent people often think something is wrong with them for struggling to enjoy ordinary life the way others seem to. They wonder why simple routines feel emotionally draining, why superficial success feels empty, why they cannot fully silence the feeling that something deeper is missing. But usually, the issue is not dysfunction. It is awareness colliding with a culture that rarely encourages depth. The human mind was never designed to live only for productivity and distraction. It also needs meaning, connection, reflection, emotional truth. And intelligent minds tend to feel this hunger more intensely because they naturally look beneath the surface of things instead of accepting appearances at face value. The tragedy is that many intelligent people spend years trying to force themselves into ordinary versions of happiness that were never built for them emotionally. Until eventually, they realize the real goal was never to become normal. It was to build a life that actually feels meaningful to their mind and soul. The curse of seeing through social masks and fake personalities. One of the loneliest experiences in life is realizing that most people are not showing you who they really are. They are showing you a version designed to be accepted, admired, feared, desired, or emotionally protected. And once you start noticing that consistently, social interaction changes forever. At first, it feels like heightened awareness. You walk into conversations and immediately sense tension beneath smiles. You notice insecurity hiding inside arrogance. You hear forced laughter that does not sound emotionally real. You begin recognizing that many people are performing personalities instead of expressing themselves honestly. And after a while, you cannot unsee it anymore. This is the curse many intelligent and emotionally perceptive people carry silently. Their brain naturally reads patterns beneath behavior. They stop listening only to words and start paying attention to energy, contradictions, timing, tone changes, facial expressions, and emotional inconsistencies. Human behavior becomes less about what people say and more about what they unconsciously reveal. The problem is that social life depends heavily on masks. Most people are not fully authentic all the time because authenticity makes people vulnerable. So they create identities that help them survive socially. Some become overly confident to hide insecurity. Some become people pleasers to avoid rejection. Some become emotionally cold because they are terrified of being hurt. Others become loud, funny, successful, attractive, intellectual, or constantly agreeable because they learned those identities gain approval. And intelligent minds notice all of it. Not because they are judgmental, but because their awareness automatically connects emotional patterns most people overlook. They can often sense when someone is pretending to be okay. They notice when kindness feels strategic instead of sincere. They recognize when confidence sounds rehearsed rather than natural. At first, this ability can feel useful. It helps intelligent people avoid manipulation. It helps them understand human behavior more deeply. But emotionally, it also becomes exhausting because the world starts feeling psychologically artificial. You begin craving honesty in environments built around performance. This becomes especially painful in modern society, where social validation has become deeply tied to image management. Social media intensified this problem massively. People now curate personalities like brands. Entire identities are built around appearing successful, attractive, emotionally stable, spiritually enlightened, or constantly happy. But intelligent people often sense the emptiness underneath carefully constructed images. They notice how many people are desperate for validation while pretending not to care. They notice emotional loneliness hiding beneath attention-seeking behavior. They notice how often people communicate strategically instead of authentically. And the more clearly someone sees through social masks, the harder it becomes to emotionally trust what they see. That creates internal conflict, because humans still crave connection. But connection becomes difficult when your brain constantly detects performance beneath interaction. You start questioning motives automatically. Is this person being genuine or socially calculated? Do they actually care or just want validation? Is this confidence real or covering fear? Eventually, social interaction can start feeling mentally draining because your brain never fully relaxes around people anymore. Psychology explains part of this through pattern recognition and emotional intelligence. Highly perceptive individuals often process nonverbal information more intensely. The brain picks up microexpressions, inconsistencies, emotional shifts, and subconscious behavior rapidly. While most people focus only on surface communication, perceptive minds instinctively search beneath it. But there is a dark side to this awareness. The more accurately you see people, the harder it becomes to maintain idealized illusions about them. You realize how many relationships are held together by convenience instead of depth. How often people lie to themselves to avoid emotional discomfort. How much social behavior is driven by insecurity, status, fear, and validation seeking. And this realization can make the world feel emotionally cold if you are not careful. Because once you start seeing masks everywhere, cynicism becomes tempting. Some intelligent people become emotionally detached as protection. They stop trusting easily. They withdraw socially. They avoid vulnerability because they are tired of superficial interaction. Their standards for connection become extremely high because surface-level energy feels unbearable after a certain point. But deep down, most of them are not searching for perfection. They are searching for someone who feels psychologically real, someone whose words match their energy, someone who does not constantly perform strength, intelligence, confidence, or happiness for approval, someone capable of honesty without needing social masks to survive every interaction. The painful irony is that highly perceptive people often wear masks too, sometimes even stronger ones, because after years of seeing through others, they become hyper-aware of how dangerous full authenticity can feel socially. They learn to hide parts of themselves to avoid misunderstanding. They simplify their thoughts, filter emotions, pretend to care about conversations that feel emotionally empty. So while they secretly crave authentic connection more than almost anything, they also become terrified of emotional exposure themselves. That contradiction creates loneliness. You want depth, but your awareness makes trust difficult. You want honesty, but experience taught you how rare it is. You want real connection, but your brain constantly notices the performative layers inside social interaction. And eventually, many intelligent people start feeling emotionally disconnected from society itself. Not because they hate humanity, but because they are exhausted by how much human behavior revolves around image instead of truth. They become observers more than participants, quietly studying people while struggling to feel fully connected to them. The hardest part is that this awareness never fully turns off. Even during normal conversations, the brain keeps analyzing. It notices forced enthusiasm, hidden resentment, emotional suppression, passive aggression disguised as politeness, validation seeking disguised as confidence. The mind keeps seeing beneath the script, and after enough years, intelligent people often stop asking whether someone likes them. They start asking whether the version they are seeing is even real at all. That is the psychological weight of seeing through social masks. Not simply recognizing dishonesty in others, but slowly realizing how much of modern human interaction is built around emotional performance. And once you truly see that, authentic connection stops feeling common. It starts feeling sacred. Why smart people constantly doubt themselves despite their abilities. Some of the most intelligent people you will ever meet secretly believe they are not good enough. Not because they lack ability, not because they are unsuccessful, but because intelligence often creates awareness of how much you do not know. And the more awareness a person has, the harder it becomes to feel absolute certainty about themselves. This is the strange paradox nobody prepares intelligent people for. From the outside, they may look capable, calm, even impressive, but internally, their mind is constantly questioning itself. Could I have done better? Did I miss something important? What if I am wrong? What if people eventually realize I am not as competent as they think? And over time, that constant self-questioning becomes emotionally exhausting. Most people assume self-doubt comes from weakness or insecurity alone. But for highly intelligent people, self-doubt often comes from complexity. Their brain naturally sees multiple perspectives at once. They can argue against their own opinions internally. They can imagine flaws in their own reasoning before anyone else points them out. They are aware of uncertainty in situations where other people confidently oversimplify. That awareness makes confidence complicated. Less intelligent people often move through life with strong certainty because they do not deeply analyze their limitations. But intelligent minds constantly notice nuance, unpredictability, and missing information. The more they learn, the more they realize reality is far more complex than simple answers. Psychologists sometimes connect this to something called the Dunning-Kruger effect. People with lower ability often overestimate themselves because they lack the awareness to recognize their own limitations. Meanwhile, highly competent people tend to underestimate themselves because they are painfully aware of everything they still do not know. So ironically, intelligence can create humility so intense that it turns into chronic self-doubt. This becomes even worse in modern society because intelligent people are often expected to perform at high levels consistently. Others rely on them for answers, solutions, and emotional stability. But internally, intelligent people usually see every flaw in their own performance magnified. A small mistake feels huge. A moment of uncertainty feels like failure. One criticism can replay in their mind for weeks even while receiving praise from everyone else. This is because intelligent minds rarely evaluate themselves emotionally. They evaluate themselves analytically, and analysis without emotional balance becomes brutal. Instead of celebrating progress, they focus on imperfections. Instead of feeling proud, they compare themselves to impossible standards. Instead of recognizing how much they have achieved, they obsess over what remains unfinished. And eventually, they become trapped in a psychological cycle where nothing ever feels fully enough. This is why so many intelligent people secretly struggle with imposter syndrome. Even after success, part of them feels like they are faking competence somehow. They fear being exposed, fear disappointing people, fear not living up to expectations they already pressure themselves with internally. The painful part is that others rarely notice this struggle because intelligent people often hide it extremely well. They continue functioning, achieving, helping others, giving advice. But behind all of it, there is often a constant internal pressure whispering that they should be doing more, knowing more, becoming more. And the mind never rests. One reason this happens is because intelligent people tend to attach identity to performance. Since they were often praised for being smart growing up, they unconsciously learned that their value comes from competence. So failure stops feeling like a normal human experience and starts feeling personal. If they struggle, they question themselves. If they make mistakes, they question their intelligence. If they do not immediately understand something, they feel ashamed instead of curious. Over time, their self-worth becomes tied to maintaining the image of being capable. That creates enormous psychological pressure because no human being can maintain perfection constantly. There is also another layer people rarely discuss. Intelligent people are often highly aware of how random success can be. They understand luck, timing, privilege, circumstance, and unpredictability better than most. So even when they achieve something meaningful, part of them questions whether they truly deserved it or simply happened to benefit from certain conditions. Again, awareness creates self-doubt. The more variables your brain sees, the harder it becomes to claim absolute confidence. This is why intelligent people often hesitate before speaking while less informed people speak with complete certainty. The intelligent mind sees consequences, exceptions, contradictions, and alternative perspectives instantly. Their brain keeps refining thoughts internally before expressing them externally. Unfortunately, society often mistakes this careful thinking for insecurity. Meanwhile, loud confidence gets rewarded even when it lacks depth. That creates another painful contradiction. Intelligent people frequently compare their internal uncertainty to other people's external confidence. But they are comparing honesty to performance. Most confident people are not revealing their full doubts publicly either. Still, intelligent minds internalize this difference deeply. They wonder why everyone else seems so certain while they constantly question themselves. The truth is that questioning yourself is not always weakness. In many cases, it is evidence of awareness. Awareness of complexity, awareness of limitation, awareness that reality is rarely simple. But when self-awareness loses emotional balance, it becomes self-destruction. The intelligent person starts treating themselves like a problem to constantly optimize instead of a human being allowed to exist imperfectly. Rest feels unproductive. Mistakes feel unacceptable. Growth feels too slow. Their inner dialogue becomes harsher than anything they would ever say to another person. And eventually, they become emotionally exhausted from carrying expectations nobody else fully sees. The tragedy is that many intelligent people spend years chasing confidence through achievement, only to realize confidence was never the real issue. The real issue was their inability to feel worthy without constantly proving themselves. Because intelligence can solve external problems brilliantly while still struggling internally with one painful question. Am I enough if I stop performing for a moment? And for many intelligent minds, that question becomes harder to answer than any intellectual challenge they will ever face. How information overload destroys brilliant minds. There was a time when the human mind had silence, real silence. Moments where the brain could breathe without being attacked by notifications, opinions, headlines, advertisements, videos, arguments, messages, and endless streams of information every waking hour. But modern life destroyed that silence completely, and intelligent people are often the ones suffering from it the most. Because intelligent minds do not simply consume information. They absorb it, they analyze it, they emotionally process it, and eventually they drown in it. Most people think intelligence automatically helps someone handle more information. But in reality, highly analytical minds often struggle more in environments filled with nonstop stimulation because their brain refuses to ignore things superficially. Every idea creates more questions. Every piece of information connects to 10 other thoughts. Every problem branches into deeper layers. The mind never fully stops processing. That becomes dangerous in a world where information never stops arriving. You wake up and instantly absorb global crisis, political conflict, economic fear, social tension, productivity advice, psychological theories, relationship content, health warnings, financial pressure, and endless comparisons with other people's lives before your brain has even fully entered the day. And intelligent minds carry much more of that internally than people realize. Because awareness has emotional weight. The average person may scroll past painful information quickly and emotionally move on, but intelligent and highly sensitive people often keep mentally revisiting what they consumed hours later. Their brain tries to understand it, organize it, solve it, or emotionally reconcile it. The nervous system stays activated long after the information disappeared from the screen. This is why many intelligent people feel constantly mentally tired without understanding exactly why. Their brain is overloaded. Psychologists call this cognitive overload. The human brain has limited attentional and emotional capacity. When too much information enters the system too quickly, mental clarity begins collapsing, decision-making weakens, emotional regulation decreases, focus becomes fragmented, anxiety increases. But for highly intelligent people, the effects often go even deeper because they naturally seek understanding, not just stimulation. So instead of quickly consuming information and moving on, they mentally carry it with them. One article becomes an existential spiral. One idea becomes hours of internal analysis. One disturbing piece of news becomes emotional heaviness lingering in the nervous system all day. The brain was never designed to process the suffering, opinions, fears, and emotional energy of millions of people constantly. Yet modern technology forces exactly that. And the scariest part is that information overload creates the illusion of intelligence while actually weakening deep thinking. People consume endless content, but rarely sit long enough with one idea to fully understand it. Attention spans collapse. Reflection disappears. The brain becomes addicted to novelty instead of wisdom. Intelligent people feel this conflict intensely because part of them craves depth, while another part becomes trapped in compulsive consumption. You start opening your phone for 1 minute and suddenly lose an hour absorbing information you never even intended to consume. By the end, your brain feels scattered, emotionally numb, overstimulated, and strangely empty all at once. That is not weakness. That is neurological exhaustion. Every notification interrupts focus. Every headline competes for emotional attention. Every algorithm is designed to keep your nervous system engaged because attention has become the most profitable resource in modern society. And intelligent minds are especially vulnerable because curiosity pulls them deeper into the cycle. They want to understand everything: politics, psychology, philosophy, human behavior, world events, meaning, the future. But eventually the mind reaches a breaking point where curiosity turns into chronic mental fatigue. This is why many brilliant people secretly struggle with paralysis despite having enormous intellectual ability. Their brain becomes so overloaded with possibilities, perspectives, and information that action itself starts feeling impossible. Too many inputs destroy clarity. A person reads productivity advice until they stop knowing how they personally want to live. They consume relationship psychology until every interaction becomes analysis. They absorb endless opinions until trusting their own intuition becomes difficult. The mind slowly loses stillness, and without stillness, intelligent thought begins collapsing into noise. Neuroscience shows that the brain requires periods of rest and reduced stimulation to consolidate information, regulate emotion, and maintain cognitive health. But modern culture treats rest almost like laziness. People are encouraged to constantly consume, constantly update themselves, constantly stay connected. So intelligent people often feel guilty when they disconnect, even though disconnection is exactly what their brain desperately needs. This creates a brutal cycle. The mind becomes exhausted from overstimulation, then seeks distraction to escape the exhaustion, which creates even more overstimulation. Eventually, brilliant minds stop feeling brilliant. They become mentally fragmented, emotionally drained, unable to focus deeply for long periods the way they once could. Creativity weakens because creativity requires mental space, and overloaded minds have no space left. Even emotionally, information overload damages people more than they realize. You begin carrying too many realities internally at once: wars happening across the world, economic fear, climate anxiety, social conflict, endless comparison with strangers online. Your nervous system starts reacting to problems far beyond your direct control every single day. Intelligent people especially struggle because they do not easily detach emotionally from awareness. Once they know something, their brain keeps holding it, processing it, revisiting it. That constant mental weight slowly changes the way life feels. Simple moments become harder to fully experience because the mind is never fully present anymore. Part of it is always elsewhere, thinking, scanning, absorbing, reacting, and eventually, many intelligent people reach a terrifying realization. They are no longer thinking clearly. They are merely thinking constantly. There is a massive difference between the two. Real intelligence requires silence sometimes, reflection, mental stillness, space for ideas to breathe without interruption. But modern life keeps intelligent minds trapped inside endless cognitive noise until their greatest strength slowly turns against them. Because a brilliant mind without peace eventually becomes its own worst enemy. Why intelligent people get stuck in endless self-analysis. Most people move through life reacting to experiences. Intelligent people often move through life analyzing themselves, having those experiences at the same time. And at first, that sounds like self-awareness. growth, emotional intelligence. But after enough years, it quietly becomes something much darker. The mind stops observing life and starts dissecting every emotion, every thought, every decision until the person no longer knows how to simply exist naturally anymore. That is the trap of endless self-analysis. The intelligent mind becomes both the observer and the prisoner. You feel something, and instantly another part of your brain asks why you feel it. Then another part analyzes whether that emotion is rational. Then another part questions whether your reaction says something deeper about your personality, childhood, trauma, insecurities, relationships, or future. One simple emotional moment becomes an entire psychological investigation. And the exhausting part is that it never really stops. Highly intelligent people are naturally drawn toward understanding. They want clarity, patterns, explanations. Their brain searches beneath the surface of everything, including themselves. But unlike solving an external problem, the human mind has no final answer waiting at the end. Identity is constantly shifting. Emotions contradict each other. People evolve. There is no permanent conclusion to finally reach. Yet the analytical brain keeps searching anyway. This is why intelligent people often feel mentally trapped inside themselves. A normal conversation turns into hours of reflection afterward. Did I sound awkward? Why did I react emotionally to that comment? Was I being authentic or seeking approval? What does this say about me psychologically? The mind keeps reopening moments long after they ended because it believes deeper understanding will finally create emotional certainty. But emotional certainty rarely arrives. Instead, self-analysis slowly becomes self-surveillance. You stop experiencing emotions naturally because you are constantly monitoring them while they happen. Even happiness gets analyzed. Even love gets questioned. Even peaceful moments become interrupted by awareness examining itself endlessly. Psychologists sometimes connect this to hyper-self-consciousness and rumination. Rumination happens when the brain repeatedly loops through thoughts, emotions, or experiences without resolution. The analytical mind mistakes this process for growth because it feels intellectually productive. But emotionally, it often creates paralysis instead of clarity. Because not every emotion needs to be solved. Some emotions simply need to be felt. But intelligent minds struggle with that deeply. Feeling without understanding can feel emotionally unsafe to them. So the brain keeps trying to intellectually master experiences that are fundamentally human and messy by nature. This becomes especially painful for intelligent people who also struggle with anxiety or perfectionism. Their self-awareness turns ruthless. Every flaw becomes magnified. Every insecurity becomes a full psychological case study. The mind starts treating the self like a complicated machine that constantly needs optimization. And eventually, the person loses connection with spontaneity entirely. Even simple decisions become mentally exhausting because every option gets overanalyzed. Every future possibility gets explored. Every potential mistake gets emotionally rehearsed before anything even happens. Life stops feeling lived and starts feeling mentally simulated. That is why many highly intelligent people secretly feel disconnected from themselves, despite thinking about themselves constantly. They know their patterns intellectually, but struggle to feel emotionally free from them. And modern culture actually makes this problem worse. The internet created endless psychological language, self-improvement content, personality theories, trauma discussions, and identity analysis. On the surface, this looks helpful. But for deeply analytical people, it can become addictive. They begin constantly diagnosing themselves emotionally instead of simply experiencing life directly. Every behavior must have deeper meaning. Every feeling must be explained. Every reaction must connect to some larger psychological framework. The person slowly becomes trapped inside endless introspection. What makes this so dangerous is that self-analysis creates the illusion of control. The brain believes that if it understands itself perfectly enough, it can avoid pain, rejection, uncertainty, failure, heartbreak, or regret. But life does not reward perfect understanding with perfect safety. Some experiences will hurt no matter how deeply you analyze them beforehand, and intelligent people struggle accepting that. They keep searching for the perfect explanation because explanations feel safer than vulnerability. Knowledge feels safer than uncertainty. Analysis feels safer than surrendering emotionally to the unpredictability of life. But eventually, constant introspection creates emotional exhaustion. The mind becomes crowded with too much self-awareness. You begin noticing every contradiction inside yourself, every insecurity, every inconsistency, every emotional wound. And without balance, self-awareness slowly transforms into self-criticism. This is why many intelligent people become their own harshest observers. They notice flaws nobody else sees. They replay conversations nobody else remembers. They question motives nobody else doubts. The brain becomes a courtroom where the self is constantly being evaluated. And the painful irony is that highly intelligent people often understand others with far more compassion than they understand themselves. They can empathize deeply with human complexity in everyone else while demanding impossible perfection internally. That contradiction creates loneliness inside the mind itself. Part of you wants peace, another part refuses to stop analyzing long enough to allow it. Even rest becomes difficult because the brain keeps turning inward, searching for unresolved emotional material. Silence becomes dangerous because silence gives self-analysis more room to grow louder. Over time, intelligent people can start feeling emotionally detached from the present moment because they are too busy observing themselves inside the moment instead of actually living it. They become hyper-aware of their own thoughts while losing connection with direct experience itself. And eventually, many intelligent people realize something terrifying. Their mind knows how to analyze life endlessly, but no longer knows how to relax into it naturally. That is when self-awareness stops feeling like wisdom and starts feeling like imprisonment, because intelligence without inner peace eventually turns inward and consumes the person carrying it. The pain of wanting depth in a superficial world. There is a specific kind of loneliness that comes from constantly craving conversations, connections, and experiences that feel real while living in a world that rewards surface-level everything. Surface-level conversations, surface-level relationships, surface-level identities, surface-level happiness, and for people who naturally think deeply or feel deeply. This becomes emotionally exhausting over time because their inner world keeps searching for something more meaningful, while the outside world keeps offering performance instead of substance. At first, intelligent people usually try to adapt. They participate in small talk. They smile through shallow interactions. They pretend repetitive conversations are enough emotionally. But internally, something always feels missing. They leave social situations surrounded by people yet still feeling empty because nothing meaningful was actually exchanged. No honesty, no vulnerability, no emotional depth, just scripted interaction. And after enough years, that emptiness starts becoming painful Because deep thinkers do not only want attention or entertainment from relationships, they want understanding. They want conversations that expose truth instead of protecting appearances. They want emotional presence instead of distracted interaction. They want to feel mentally and emotionally met by another human being. But modern life makes that increasingly rare. People are constantly distracted. Phones during conversations, half attention, filtered personalities, emotionally unavailable communication disguised as independence. Everyone appears connected, but genuine connection itself feels harder to find than ever, and intelligent people notice this deeply. They notice how many friendships survive only on convenience, how many relationships avoid difficult honesty, how many conversations revolve around image, gossip, validation, or temporary stimulation instead of anything emotionally real. At some point, they stop feeling emotionally nourished by normal social interaction altogether. Psychologically, human beings crave resonance. We want to feel seen beneath our surface identity. But intelligent and emotionally aware people often experience this need more intensely because their minds naturally search beneath appearances. Surface interaction feels emotionally incomplete to them the same way eating junk food feels physically incomplete to the body. You consume it, but it does not truly satisfy you. That is why deep thinkers often feel lonely even in crowded social environments. Their body may be included socially, but their inner world remains untouched. They crave conversations where masks disappear for a moment, where people stop performing confidence, success, positivity, or emotional detachment, and simply become real. But vulnerability terrifies most people. So society slowly trains everyone to hide behind socially acceptable versions of themselves. People become experts at appearing fine while silently struggling internally. They learn how to look emotionally stable instead of actually becoming emotionally honest. And intelligent people suffer from this contradiction constantly because they can usually sense when someone is not being genuine. They hear emotional suppression behind calm voices. They notice insecurity behind arrogance. They recognize loneliness hiding beneath attention-seeking behavior. Their awareness keeps detecting the humanity underneath social performance, which makes superficial interaction feel even more draining. Because once you see how emotionally disconnected people truly are from themselves and each other, normal conversation can start feeling painfully artificial. This becomes especially difficult in dating and relationships. Many intelligent people are not searching for perfection physically or socially. They are searching for emotional and intellectual depth, someone capable of self-reflection, someone emotionally honest enough to communicate openly, someone curious about life beneath appearances. But modern dating culture often rewards image management instead of depth. People become brands instead of human beings. Attraction becomes performance. Vulnerability gets delayed behind layers of emotional protection and casual detachment. Intelligent people often feel emotionally exhausted, trying to find sincerity inside environments built around impression management. And after enough disappointment, many of them start withdrawing emotionally. Not because they no longer want connection, but because shallow connection starts feeling more painful than solitude. That is the hidden cost of depth. Once someone experiences emotionally meaningful connection, surface-level interaction becomes difficult to tolerate long-term. The mind and heart both begin craving something richer, something psychologically real. This is also why deep thinkers often become selective with people over time. They stop chasing popularity, stop forcing conversations, stop maintaining emotionally empty relationships out of obligation, because they realize being surrounded by people who cannot meet them emotionally still creates loneliness anyway, so their social circle becomes smaller but emotionally more intentional. The painful part is that society often misunderstands this completely. Quiet, deep thinkers get labeled distant, intense, antisocial, or overly serious when in reality they are simply exhausted from interactions that never go beyond appearances. They are not avoiding people. They are avoiding emotional emptiness, and emotionally empty interaction has become normalized everywhere. People ask how you are without wanting a real answer. People communicate constantly without truly listening. People share curated identities instead of authentic experiences. People crave attention while fearing genuine intimacy. Intelligent people notice all of this constantly, and the more aware they become of it, the more emotionally isolated they can start feeling. Because eventually they begin wondering whether real depth even exists commonly anymore, whether people still know how to connect without performing, whether honesty still survives beneath all the social conditioning, distraction, ego, and fear. This creates emotional exhaustion because humans are not built to survive only on stimulation and appearances. We are built for meaning, resonance, and emotional truth. Deep thinkers feel that hunger intensely every single day. And unfortunately, modern culture often offers distraction in place of depth. More content instead of connection, more validation instead of vulnerability, more image instead of identity. So intelligent people keep walking through a world full of communication while secretly starving for conversation that actually reaches the soul. And that may be one of the most painful forms of loneliness a human being can experience. Not the absence of people, the absence of depth. Why genius often leads to isolation instead of success. People love the idea of genius from a distance. The brilliant artist, the visionary thinker, the revolutionary mind ahead of its time. Society romanticizes intelligence constantly. But what people rarely talk about is how often genius does not lead to admiration, success, or belonging in real life. It leads to isolation. Because being able to see, think, or feel beyond the level of your environment often separates you from it emotionally. At first, highly intelligent people usually assume their abilities will help them connect more deeply with the world. They believe understanding more will make life clearer, easier, more meaningful. But over time, many discover the opposite. Greater awareness often creates greater distance. You begin noticing things other people ignore: patterns, contradictions, manipulation, emotional dishonesty, meaninglessness hidden beneath social routines. And once your mind consistently sees beneath surface reality, ordinary interaction can start feeling emotionally disconnected. This is one reason genius often isolates people instead of integrating them into society. Because most social systems are built around conformity, not deep independent thinking. Schools reward memorization more than originality. Workplaces reward predictability more than depth. Social groups reward fitting in more than questioning things. But genius minds naturally question everything. They resist simplistic answers. They challenge assumptions automatically. They become uncomfortable accepting systems simply because everyone else does. And while society praises innovation in theory, in everyday life it often punishes people who think too differently from the group. This creates friction from an early age. Highly intelligent people frequently feel misunderstood growing up because their inner world develops faster than their environment can emotionally meet. They ask questions others are not asking yet. They become fascinated by ideas most people around them do not care about. They crave conversations that rarely happen naturally in normal social environments, so they slowly begin adapting by hiding parts of themselves, simplifying thoughts, reducing curiosity, pretending to relate to conversations that feel emotionally empty. And over time, this creates deep loneliness because they stop feeling psychologically seen by the people around them. Psychologists sometimes refer to this as asynchronous development. Certain aspects of intelligence mature rapidly while emotional and social environments remain mismatched. The person may intellectually understand the world deeply while still struggling to feel emotionally connected within it. That mismatch creates isolation, but there is another reason genius often struggles socially. Intelligent people tend to spend enormous amounts of time inside their own minds, thinking, reflecting, analyzing, creating, questioning. And while this deep internal life can produce incredible insight and creativity, it can also weaken connection with ordinary social reality. Many genius minds become more comfortable with ideas than with people because ideas feel more predictable and honest than human behavior. The problem is that human society runs heavily on emotional rituals and social performance. Small talk, group agreement, status games, surface-level interaction, unspoken social rules. Highly intelligent people often struggle with these systems because they instinctively search for authenticity beneath them. They become frustrated by performative behavior and emotionally exhausted by interactions that lack depth. Eventually, many stop trying to fully belong. Not out of arrogance, but out of exhaustion. They realize constantly shrinking themselves to fit social expectations creates emotional suffocation. So they withdraw, become quieter, more selective, more isolated. And from the outside, this isolation can look like failure, even when internally the person is preserving their psychological survival. Modern society also creates another painful contradiction for genius minds. The world praises visible success, but rarely understands the psychological cost of deep thinking. People see the invention, the art, the breakthrough idea, the achievement. They do not see the loneliness behind it, the obsessive thought patterns, the emotional sensitivity, the self-doubt, the sleepless nights, the inability to mentally disconnect, the feeling of existing slightly outside normal reality all the time. Many brilliant people throughout history struggled deeply with isolation because intelligence amplifies awareness, and awareness can become emotionally heavy. The more deeply someone understands human nature, society, suffering, and existence itself, the harder it can become to participate in everyday life unconsciously. Ordinary distractions stop working. Superficial goals lose emotional meaning. Small talk feels unbearable. The mind keeps searching for something deeper, while the world keeps offering stimulation instead of substance. And eventually, genius minds often start feeling emotionally homeless inside society. Not because they hate people, but because they struggle to find environments where their full inner world can exist naturally without being reduced, misunderstood, or rejected. This is especially painful because many highly intelligent people secretly crave connection intensely. They want someone who understands their depth without fearing it, someone who can handle complexity, someone emotionally honest enough to communicate beyond performance. But those connections are rare. So many genius minds spend years oscillating between craving people and retreating from them. At the same time, intelligence can create perfectionism so severe that success itself becomes difficult. Genius minds often see endless possibilities and endless flaws simultaneously. They overanalyze, overcreate, overrefine. They become trapped between vision and execution because nothing ever feels complete enough internally. Meanwhile, less analytical people move faster simply because they hesitate less. That creates another painful irony. Genius often produces insight faster than action. The mind becomes so aware of complexity that decisive movement becomes emotionally difficult. Fear of imperfection, fear of misunderstanding, fear of wasted potential all start colliding internally, and over time, isolation deepens further. Not only socially, but psychologically. The person begins feeling separated from ordinary life itself, watching instead of participating, analyzing instead of experiencing, understanding others while rarely feeling understood themselves. And eventually, many intelligent people realize something heartbreaking. Being exceptional does not automatically make life fulfilling. Sometimes it simply makes life harder to share, because genius can illuminate the world brilliantly, while simultaneously making the person carrying it feel profoundly alone inside that same world. How intelligent minds accidentally sabotage their own happiness. Intelligent people often spend years believing their unhappiness is caused by the outside world, the wrong environment, the wrong people, the lack of meaning, the pressure of modern life. And sometimes those things absolutely contribute to it. But eventually, many intelligent people reach an uncomfortable realization. Part of their suffering is not only happening to them. Part of it is being created by the way their own mind operates every single day. Not intentionally, not consciously, but slowly and repeatedly. That is what makes it so dangerous. Because intelligent minds are incredibly good at solving external problems, while quietly sabotaging their own emotional peace internally. One of the biggest ways this happens is through overanalysis. Highly intelligent people rarely experience life directly for long before the mind starts dissecting it. A beautiful moment becomes temporary the second the brain starts thinking about how quickly it will disappear. A relationship becomes complicated because the mind keeps analyzing every possible future problem. Even happiness itself becomes something to intellectually examine instead of emotionally feel. And eventually, the person becomes mentally disconnected from the present moment almost all the time. The tragedy is that intelligent people often think this constant thinking is protecting them. The brain believes analysis prevents pain. If I prepare enough, predict enough, understand enough, maybe I can avoid disappointment. But emotionally, this creates the opposite effect. The person becomes unable to relax into life because the mind treats uncertainty like danger. So even peaceful moments never fully feel peaceful. Part of the brain is always scanning for what could go wrong next. This is why many intelligent people struggle to sustain happiness even when life objectively improves. Their external circumstances change, but the internal pattern stays the same. The mind keeps moving the emotional finish line. If I achieve this, then I will finally feel fulfilled. If I solve this problem, then I can finally relax. If I understand myself completely, then I can finally feel peace. But the moment one goal is reached, the brain creates another psychological problem to solve. Happiness keeps becoming conditional on future resolution instead of something experienced in the present. Psychologists sometimes call this arrival fallacy, the belief that reaching a future state will permanently satisfy you emotionally. Intelligent minds are especially vulnerable to this because they naturally focus on optimization and improvement. their brain constantly searches for what is incomplete instead of appreciating what already exists. That creates chronic dissatisfaction. Nothing ever feels fully enough. Not success, not relationships, not progress, not even themselves. Another way intelligent people sabotage happiness is through emotional hyperawareness. They notice subtle shifts in energy constantly, small changes in behavior, tone differences, emotional inconsistencies. And while this awareness can create deep insight, it also creates emotional instability because the brain becomes hypersensitive to potential rejection, disappointment, or conflict. A simple delayed message suddenly changes the emotional atmosphere of the entire day. One awkward interaction gets replayed mentally for hours. A small criticism overshadows 10 positive experiences. The intelligent mind magnifies emotional information because it assigns meaning to everything. And over time, life starts feeling emotionally heavier than it actually is. There is also the problem of impossible standards. Intelligent people often imagine ideal versions of themselves, relationships, careers, and lives so vividly that reality constantly feels disappointing by comparison. Their imagination becomes both a gift and a weapon. They can envision extraordinary possibilities, but then unconsciously punish themselves when ordinary human reality fails to match those visions perfectly. This destroys gratitude slowly, because the brain becomes obsessed with the gap between reality and potential. Instead of experiencing life, intelligent people often evaluate life endlessly. Could this be better? Could I be doing more? Am I wasting my potential? What if there is a more meaningful path I should be pursuing? And eventually, this constant mental comparison steals joy from the present entirely. Modern society intensifies this problem massively. Intelligent people consume endless information about self-improvement, productivity, psychology, success, relationships, health, purpose, and optimization. Their brain becomes overloaded with ways they could improve themselves constantly. Instead of feeling inspired, many begin feeling fundamentally inadequate. The mind turns life into a non-stop self-correction project. Even rest starts feeling guilty. Even hobbies become productivity questions. Even relationships become psychological analysis. At some point, intelligent people stop living naturally and start managing themselves constantly. That creates emotional exhaustion because the human nervous system was never meant to operate under endless internal evaluation. And one of the saddest parts is that intelligent people often struggle accepting simple happiness when it finally appears. Peace can feel unfamiliar. Stability can feel boring. Healthy relationships can feel emotionally underwhelming because the brain became addicted to intensity, complexity, or emotional problem solving. Some intelligent people unconsciously create chaos simply because chaos keeps the analytical mind engaged. Without realizing it, they sabotage calm situations, searching for stimulation disguised as meaning. The brain becomes so accustomed to overthinking, emotional tension, and internal conflict that peace itself starts feeling psychologically unnatural. This is why some highly intelligent people remain unhappy even after achieving things they once desperately wanted. The external problem was solved, but the internal habit of dissatisfaction remained untouched. And perhaps the deepest form of self-sabotage is this. Intelligent people often understand life intellectually far better than they allow themselves to experience it emotionally. They know gratitude matters, but struggle feeling it consistently. They understand presence conceptually, but rarely stay present mentally. They know connection matters, yet isolate themselves. They crave peace while feeding the mental habits destroying it. the mind becomes trapped in contradiction, wanting happiness while unconsciously resisting the vulnerability required to actually feel it. Because real happiness is not control, it is participation. It requires uncertainty, presence, emotional openness, imperfection, and those things terrify highly analytical minds because they cannot be fully mastered intellectually. So intelligent people keep trying to think their way into peace while accidentally thinking themselves further away from it, until eventually they realize something that changes everything. The mind that can analyze life brilliantly can also become the greatest obstacle to actually living it. Why smart people find it hard to relax and enjoy the present. For many intelligent people, relaxing feels unnatural, not impossible physically, impossible mentally. Their body might sit still on a couch, but their mind keeps moving like it missed the memo that the danger has passed. Thoughts keep arriving, problems keep resurfacing, future scenarios keep playing automatically in the background. Even during peaceful moments, part of the brain stays alert, as if relaxing completely would mean losing control over something important. And after enough years, this becomes their normal state. Constant mental activity, constant anticipation, constant internal tension. The strange part is that intelligent people often do not even realize how disconnected they are from the present moment, because overthinking feels productive to them. Their brain learned very early that thinking deeply helps solve problems, avoid mistakes, and understand the world. So eventually the mind starts treating non-stop analysis like survival itself. The problem is that the brain never receives permission to stop. Even happiness becomes interrupted by awareness. You are spending time with people you care about, but your mind starts thinking about unresolved responsibilities. You finally achieve a goal, but instead of feeling fulfilled, the brain immediately jumps toward the next thing. You take a quiet walk outside, but internally your thoughts are replaying conversations from 3 days ago or predicting situations that have not even happened yet. The present moment keeps getting psychologically abandoned. This is one of the hidden costs of intelligence. Highly analytical minds become future-oriented almost automatically. They constantly evaluate outcomes, possibilities, risks, and long-term consequences. While this can create success externally, it often destroys peace internally because the nervous system remains psychologically locked in preparation mode. The brain keeps acting like life is a problem waiting to happen. Psychologists sometimes connect this to hypervigilance and anticipatory thinking. The mind becomes conditioned to scan for future threats or unfinished problems continuously. Intelligent people are especially vulnerable because their imagination is powerful enough to emotionally simulate future pain before it even exists, and the body reacts to imagined stress almost the same way it reacts to real stress. That means intelligent people often carry anxiety generated entirely by thoughts about things that never actually happen, but the nervous system still feels exhausted anyway. This is why many smart people struggle deeply with rest. Their body may technically pause, but mentally they never stop processing. There is always another layer to think about, another possibility to evaluate, another emotional detail to analyze. Even vacations become mentally crowded. Even weekends feel psychologically unfinished. Even moments of joy become temporary because the brain immediately starts tracking how quickly they might disappear. The mind struggles trusting the present because it is constantly trying to protect the future. And modern life makes this dramatically worse. Technology destroyed most moments of genuine stillness. Intelligent minds are constantly stimulated by information, messages, news, social comparison, productivity culture, and endless digital noise. The brain becomes addicted to engagement and overstimulation, while simultaneously exhausted by it. Many intelligent people secretly fear silence because silence removes distraction. Without distraction, unresolved thoughts become louder. So the cycle continues: more stimulation, more thinking, more emotional tension, less presence, less peace. There is also another reason intelligent people struggle enjoying the present: perfectionism. Highly intelligent individuals often create impossible internal standards for themselves and their lives. Even during good moments, the mind keeps focusing on what is incomplete, what still needs improvement, what could go wrong later. Gratitude gets replaced by optimization. The brain turns life into a nonstop project instead of an experience. And eventually, intelligent people stop fully living moments because they are too busy evaluating them while they happen. You can see this clearly in relationships. Instead of simply enjoying connection, the mind starts analyzing compatibility, long-term outcomes, emotional patterns, hidden meanings, future risks. Instead of feeling love directly, the brain studies it. Instead of relaxing into trust, the mind searches for signs of future disappointment. The same thing happens with success. A highly intelligent person reaches a goal they wanted for years, but instead of fully experiencing satisfaction, the brain immediately adapts and creates another psychological target. The moment disappears almost instantly because the mind keeps moving ahead. Psychologists call part of this hedonic adaptation. Human beings naturally adjust emotionally to achievements over time. But intelligent people often accelerate this process because their brain rarely pauses long enough to emotionally absorb accomplishments fully before searching for the next challenge. This creates a painful emotional pattern where life constantly feels unfinished no matter how much progress is made. And underneath all of this is fear. Fear of losing control. Fear of wasting time. Fear of making mistakes. Fear of vulnerability. Fear that if the mind fully relaxes, something important will collapse unnoticed. So intelligent people unconsciously stay mentally active because activity feels safer than surrender. But the irony is that constant mental control slowly destroys the ability to feel alive in the present moment at all. The person becomes trapped inside thought while life keeps passing around them. Sunsets become background scenery to internal dialogue. Conversations become interrupted by mental analysis. Beautiful moments become temporary observations instead of lived emotional experiences. And eventually, many intelligent people realize something deeply painful. They have spent years understanding life intellectually without fully experiencing it emotionally. They know how to think about happiness, think about peace, think about meaning, but actually relaxing into those experiences feels strangely difficult because the mind became so focused on mastering life that it forgot how to simply participate in it. And that may be one of the quietest tragedies intelligent people carry. A brain powerful enough to understand the world deeply, while struggling to remain fully present inside the very life it is trying so hard to figure out. The psychological cost of being hyper, aware of reality. Most people spend large parts of their lives emotionally protected by distraction, routine, denial, or simple unawareness. They move through life without deeply questioning everything around them. They accept social norms automatically. They stay busy enough to avoid thinking too much about existence, human behavior, or the contradictions built into modern life. But hyper-aware people cannot do that. Their mind keeps noticing things, patterns in people, emotional inconsistencies, the fragility of relationships, the temporary nature of success, the performative behavior hidden beneath social interaction, the loneliness inside crowded rooms, the quiet sadness behind people pretending to be fine. And once someone becomes deeply aware of these realities, life changes psychologically forever. Because awareness has a cost. At first, hyper-awareness can feel empowering. You understand people more clearly. You recognize manipulation faster. You see through illusions that others blindly follow. Your perception sharpens. But eventually, this heightened awareness stops feeling like a gift and starts feeling emotionally heavy. The brain begins carrying too much reality at once. Most intelligent and hyper-aware people are not only thinking about their immediate life. They are simultaneously aware of suffering happening across the world, broken social systems, emotional emptiness in modern culture, mortality, uncertainty, and the hidden motivations driving human behavior. Their nervous system absorbs layers of reality other people unconsciously filter out. That creates exhaustion. Psychologically, the human mind was never designed to remain consciously aware of everything all the time. The brain naturally uses selective attention and emotional filtering to protect mental stability. But hyper-aware people often struggle turning those filters off. Their mind keeps scanning beneath the surface automatically. A normal conversation becomes psychological analysis. A social gathering becomes emotional observation. A quiet moment becomes existential reflection. The brain rarely rests inside simple experience anymore because it constantly searches for deeper meaning and hidden truth. And over time, this creates emotional isolation. Because hyper-aware people often feel like they are living in a different psychological reality from everyone around them. While others stay comfortably distracted, the hyper-aware mind keeps confronting uncomfortable truths internally. Truths about how temporary life is, how fragile relationships are, how much of society operates through fear, validation, ego, and performance. How many people suppress who they really are just to survive socially. And once someone consistently sees these patterns, ordinary life can start feeling emotionally surreal. You begin walking through everyday situations while internally noticing layers most people never mention. You hear conversations while also hearing the insecurity underneath them. You observe success while also noticing emptiness hidden behind it. You watch people chase approval while claiming they do not care what others think. The mind starts seeing contradiction everywhere. This is why hyper-aware people often struggle with chronic overthinking and existential exhaustion. Their awareness never fully powers down. Even during peaceful moments, the brain keeps processing larger realities in the background. Neuroscience partially explains this through heightened cognitive and emotional processing. Highly perceptive individuals often experience stronger activation in areas connected to introspection, pattern recognition, and emotional sensitivity. In simple terms, the brain absorbs more information and attaches deeper meaning to it. But deeper processing also means deeper emotional weight. One painful consequence of hyper-awareness is losing the ability to enjoy comforting illusions fully. Many people survive psychologically through simplified narratives. Everything happens for a reason. Success guarantees happiness. Most relationships are genuine. Society rewards authenticity. Hard work always leads to fulfillment. Hyper-aware people often see too many exceptions and contradictions to fully believe these comforting ideas anymore. Their brain notices complexity constantly. And while complexity creates intelligence, It also creates emotional instability because certainty becomes difficult to maintain. The person starts questioning everything: themselves, other people, culture, purpose, meaning, even happiness. This creates a strange psychological loneliness because hyper-aware people often feel emotionally disconnected from normal social energy. Small talk feels hollow. Performative positivity feels fake. Repetitive routines feel meaningless. The mind craves depth while the world keeps offering distraction. And eventually, many hyper-aware individuals begin withdrawing emotionally from society itself, not because they hate people, but because constant awareness becomes exhausting. Solitude feels calmer than navigating environments filled with emotional performance and unconscious behavior. Silence becomes safer than overstimulation, but isolation creates its own pain too. Because humans still need connection, even when awareness makes connection difficult. That contradiction becomes one of the hardest parts of hyper-awareness. You deeply understand people while simultaneously feeling disconnected from them. You crave authenticity while constantly noticing how rare it is. You long for peace while your own mind refuses to stop examining reality deeply. And unfortunately, modern life amplifies this problem dramatically. The internet exposes hyper-aware people to nonstop information, global suffering, social comparison, psychological analysis, and existential anxiety 24 hours a day. The brain carries realities it was never biologically designed to process continuously. Wars, economic fear, environmental collapse, loneliness epidemics, social division, artificial identities online. The mind keeps absorbing all of it, and eventually, awareness itself starts feeling emotionally dangerous. Because when the brain sees too much reality without enough emotional grounding, hopelessness can begin creeping in silently. This is why many hyper-aware people secretly envy simpler minds sometimes, not because simplicity is superior intellectually, but because unconsciousness can feel emotionally lighter. There is peace in not analyzing everything. Peace in not constantly noticing hidden tension, contradiction, and meaning beneath the surface of life. But hyper-aware minds cannot easily return to unconscious living once awareness expands. They cannot unsee what they now recognize, so they carry reality differently from most people. More intensely, more deeply, more personally, and that becomes the psychological cost. Not simply understanding the world more clearly, but feeling the emotional weight of that understanding every single day, while still trying to function normally inside a society that often survives by avoiding the very truths hyper-aware minds cannot stop seeing. Why intelligent people struggle more with existential anxiety. Most people are busy enough to avoid thinking about existence too deeply. They focus on daily responsibilities, distractions, routines, entertainment, survival, relationships, goals. Life moves fast enough that deeper questions stay buried in the background most of the time. But intelligent people often cannot keep those questions buried. Their mind keeps returning to them whether they want it to or not. Why are we here? What actually matters? Why does life feel temporary and fragile? What happens when everything eventually disappears? Why do so many people spend their lives chasing things that never truly satisfy them? And once these questions stop being abstract philosophy and start becoming emotionally real, existential anxiety begins taking over quietly. This is one of the hidden psychological burdens of intelligence. Highly intelligent minds naturally search for meaning, patterns, and coherence. They are uncomfortable accepting shallow explanations. Their brain keeps pushing beyond surface reality, looking for deeper understanding. The problem is that existence itself does not offer easy answers. Life is uncertain, human beings are temporary, meaning is subjective, control is limited, and intelligent minds are deeply aware of all of it. That awareness creates a kind of anxiety that is very different from ordinary stress. It is not only fear about specific problems. It is anxiety about existence itself, about mortality, purpose, isolation, uncertainty, and the unsettling realization that many aspects of life are fundamentally beyond human control. Psychologists sometimes describe this as existential anxiety or existential dread. It emerges when a person becomes intensely aware of life's uncertainty, impermanence, and lack of guaranteed meaning. Intelligent people experience this more often because their minds naturally question assumptions that help others stay psychologically comfortable. Most people unconsciously rely on emotional structures that simplify reality. Success will make me fulfilled. Life follows a predictable path. People are who they appear to be. If I work hard enough, I can secure happiness. The future will eventually make sense. But intelligent minds keep noticing cracks in these narratives. They notice successful people who are still miserable. They notice how fragile relationships and identities can be. They notice randomness, injustice, and unpredictability woven throughout life. And once someone sees those contradictions deeply enough, ordinary existence starts feeling psychologically unstable. This is why intelligent people often struggle to fully relax into life. Part of their brain is constantly aware that everything is temporary. Every relationship, every achievement, every moment, every version of themselves. Even happiness feels fragile because the mind recognizes how quickly circumstances can change. So instead of fully surrendering to joy, intelligent people often mentally prepare for loss at the same time they experience pleasure. That creates emotional tension constantly running beneath everyday life. Existential anxiety also intensifies because intelligent minds tend to imagine reality on larger scales. They think about humanity, time, mortality, the universe, suffering, and consciousness itself. Their awareness stretches beyond immediate survival concerns into abstract questions with no final answers. And the human mind struggles deeply when it searches endlessly for certainty in places where certainty does not exist. This is why many intelligent people become obsessed with philosophy, psychology, spirituality, science, or self-understanding at some point. They are trying to build meaning strong enough to emotionally withstand awareness of uncertainty. Not because they are weak, because the mind naturally seeks psychological grounding. The problem is that modern society often makes existential anxiety worse instead of better. People are surrounded by distraction but starving for meaning. Endless entertainment keeps the mind stimulated while leaving deeper emotional questions unresolved. Intelligent people notice this contradiction intensely. They see how modern culture encourages constant consumption while avoiding deeper reflection about existence itself. And eventually, ordinary life can begin feeling strangely hollow. Wake up, work, consume, scroll, repeat. The intelligent mind starts asking whether this cycle is really all life is supposed to be. And once that question becomes emotionally serious, existential anxiety grows stronger. This is also why many intelligent people struggle with loneliness, even when surrounded by others. Their internal world operates on levels most people rarely discuss openly. They want conversations about meaning, fear, purpose, mortality, consciousness, emotional truth. But everyday social interaction often stays trapped at the surface. So intelligent people carry huge existential questions silently while appearing normal externally. The isolation deepens because many fear sounding dramatic, negative, or mentally unstable if they openly discuss these thoughts. So they internalize them instead. At night, during quiet moments, during periods of success that strangely still feel emotionally incomplete, the questions return. What am I actually living for? Why does fulfillment disappear so quickly? How do people ignore how temporary everything is? And the more self-aware someone becomes, the harder these questions can become to silence. One painful irony is that intelligent people often understand intellectually that uncertainty is unavoidable. Yet emotionally, they still keep trying to solve existence like a puzzle. Their brain keeps searching for the perfect framework, belief system, philosophy, or achievement that will finally remove existential discomfort permanently. But existence does not work like a math equation. There is no final answer that completely eliminates uncertainty, and intelligent minds struggle accepting that deeply. They want clarity, resolution, emotional certainty, yet life keeps confronting them with ambiguity instead. This creates chronic mental tension because the brain keeps trying to control realities that cannot fully be controlled. Mortality, meaning, time, human behavior, the future. Eventually, many intelligent people realize their suffering is not caused only by life itself, but by the mind's endless attempt to intellectually secure itself against the uncertainty built into existence. And that realization changes something important, because existential anxiety is not always proof something is wrong with you. Sometimes it is the natural emotional consequence of becoming deeply conscious inside a world filled with impermanence, contradiction, and unanswered questions. The challenge is learning how to remain fully alive despite that awareness, not by escaping uncertainty, but by no longer demanding that life remove it before allowing yourself to live. How modern work culture drains creative and analytical minds. There is a reason so many intelligent people feel exhausted, even when they are technically succeeding. Not physically exhausted, psychologically exhausted. They wake up tired, work all day, come home mentally numb, try to recover with distraction, sleep, repeat, and after enough years, something inside them starts dying quietly. Curiosity fades, creativity weakens, motivation disappears. Life begins feeling emotionally mechanical. The strange part is that many of these people are capable, talented, and highly intelligent. On paper, they are functioning exactly the way society expects, but internally, their mind feels trapped inside systems that drain far more energy than they give back, because modern work culture was not designed around human depth. It was designed around productivity, efficiency, output, consistency, and for creative and analytical minds, that creates a painful psychological conflict. Highly intelligent people often need meaning to stay emotionally engaged. They need autonomy, curiosity, intellectual stimulation, emotional space, and time for deep thinking. But most modern work environments reward the exact opposite: constant urgency, endless meetings, repetitive tasks, superficial communication, performance metrics, multitasking, artificial deadlines. The mind never gets room to breathe deeply enough to think creatively anymore. Instead of producing meaningful work, many intelligent people spend most of their day managing systems that fragment attention constantly. Notifications interrupt focus every few minutes. Emails create nonstop low-level stress. Meetings consume mental energy while accomplishing little emotionally or intellectually. And eventually, the brain begins operating in survival mode rather than creative mode. This is one reason intelligent people often feel strangely depressed inside stable careers. Their nervous system becomes trapped in chronic cognitive overload. The work may provide financial stability, but psychologically it starves the deeper parts of the mind. Creative thought requires mental spaciousness, reflection, silence, uninterrupted concentration. But modern work culture treats uninterrupted focus almost like a luxury instead of a biological necessity for deep thinking. Psychologists studying attention and creativity have repeatedly found that constant task switching damages cognitive performance and increases mental fatigue. The brain requires periods of sustained focus to access deeper analytical and creative processing. But most workplaces reward responsiveness more than depth, so intelligent people slowly become reactive instead of reflective. They stop thinking deeply because they no longer have the psychological space required to do it. This creates a terrifying feeling over time. You begin sensing your own mind shrinking. The imagination weakens. Curiosity fades. Everything becomes functional instead of meaningful. And the saddest part is that many intelligent people blame themselves for this exhaustion instead of recognizing the environment contributing to it. They think they became lazy, unmotivated, burned out, but often the issue is deeper than simple fatigue. The mind is starving for intellectual and emotional nourishment while being force-fed nonstop stimulation and pressure instead. Modern work culture also creates another painful contradiction for analytical minds. Many intelligent people naturally value truth, depth, precision, and authenticity. But workplaces often reward social performance more than genuine insight. Confidence becomes more valuable than thoughtful hesitation. Visibility becomes more important than wisdom. Networking often matters more than actual depth of understanding. This can become emotionally suffocating for highly analytical people because they constantly feel pressured to simplify themselves socially in order to survive professionally. They hold back ideas, reduce complexity, pretend enthusiasm for meaningless tasks, smile through emotionally empty interactions, and after years of performing professionalism instead of expressing authenticity, many intelligent people begin feeling psychologically disconnected from themselves. The workplace version of them slowly replaces the real one. This is especially painful for creative minds. Creative people need emotional openness and internal freedom to produce meaningful ideas. But modern work culture often conditions people into constant self-monitoring. Everything becomes measured, evaluated, optimized, and judged. Creativity stops feeling playful and starts feeling transactional. The mind becomes afraid to explore freely because everything must justify its productivity immediately. That destroys inspiration slowly. Analytical minds suffer differently but just as deeply. Highly analytical people naturally crave understanding and mastery. They enjoy solving meaningful problems. But many modern jobs reduce intelligence into repetitive procedural tasks, disconnected from real intellectual fulfillment. The person spends years mentally understimulated while emotionally overstressed at the same time. That combination creates numbness. The brain is exhausted without feeling meaningfully engaged, and over time, intelligent people start feeling trapped between financial survival and psychological survival. They cannot easily walk away because responsibilities exist. Bills, expectations, stability. But staying inside environments that suppress creativity and depth slowly drains emotional vitality year after year. This is why so many intelligent people fantasize about escape constantly. Not always escape from work itself. Escape from meaningless work. Escape from environments where their mind feels reduced to output instead of fully used as a living, creative, thinking force. The tragedy is that society often misunderstands this struggle completely. People assume intelligent individuals should thrive automatically in professional environments because they are capable, but capability does not guarantee fulfillment. In fact, highly intelligent minds often suffer more in emotionally empty systems because they are painfully aware of the disconnect between human potential and modern work reality. They notice how many people sacrifice their inner life entirely for external survival, how creativity gets buried beneath exhaustion, how intelligence gets reduced into productivity metrics, how people slowly lose connection with themselves while calling it adulthood. And once someone becomes deeply aware of this, it becomes difficult to participate unconsciously anymore. This awareness creates grief, not only for personal exhaustion, but for how many brilliant minds are quietly being drained by systems that value efficiency more than humanity. The worst part is that many intelligent people adapt so well externally that nobody notices what is happening internally. They continue performing, producing, functioning, smiling, while secretly feeling their spirit becoming more emotionally numb every year. And eventually they realize something deeply unsettling. Their mind was never exhausted because it lacked ability. It was exhausted because it was forced to survive in environments that continuously consume intelligence, while starving the soul carrying it. Why intelligent people often feel disconnected from society. There comes a point in many intelligent people's lives where they stop feeling fully connected to the world around them, not because they physically isolate themselves at first, but because internally they begin sensing a gap between how they experience reality and how most people around them seem to experience it. And that gap slowly grows wider over time. At first, it shows up in small ways. Conversations start feeling repetitive. Social rituals begin feeling emotionally scripted. People seem more interested in appearances than truth. Most interactions revolve around distraction, validation, gossip, status, or surface-level entertainment, while the intelligent mind keeps craving something deeper. Something real, something honest, something meaningful. But the world rarely slows down long enough to offer that consistently. So intelligent people begin walking through society with a quiet feeling that they are emotionally out of sync with it. This disconnect often begins because highly intelligent minds naturally process reality differently. They question things automatically instead of accepting them at face value. They notice contradictions inside culture, relationships, institutions, and human behavior. Their brain keeps searching beneath the surface while modern society encourages people to stay distracted on the surface. That creates tension constantly, because the intelligent person starts realizing that many social systems operate more through performance than authenticity. People say things they do not fully mean. They hide emotions to remain socially acceptable. They chase approval while pretending not to care about it. They follow routines without questioning whether those routines actually create fulfillment. And once someone becomes deeply aware of these patterns, ordinary life can begin feeling strangely artificial. You start looking around and noticing how many people are emotionally disconnected from themselves while acting normal externally. Entire lives become built around surviving rather than consciously living. Work, consume, distract yourself, repeat. Intelligent people often feel psychologically disturbed by how normalized this cycle has become. Not because they think they are superior, but because their awareness keeps resisting unconscious living. That resistance creates loneliness. Psychologists sometimes describe this experience as existential alienation. It happens when a person feels psychologically separated from the values, behaviors, or emotional rhythms of the society around them. Intelligent people are especially vulnerable because higher levels of introspection and pattern recognition make it harder to participate in social systems without questioning them deeply. The mind keeps noticing too much performative behavior, too much emotional dishonesty, too much distraction replacing meaning, too much pressure to conform to systems that feel spiritually empty internally. And eventually, intelligent people start feeling like observers inside society instead of natural participants within it. This becomes especially painful because humans still crave connection deeply. Intelligent people are not emotionless. In fact, many feel things more intensely than they show outwardly, but they often struggle finding environments where their full inner world can exist comfortably without being misunderstood or reduced. So they adapt. They simplify themselves socially, hide certain thoughts, pretend interest in conversations that feel emotionally empty, laugh at things they do not actually find meaningful. And after years of adaptation, they begin feeling invisible even while surrounded by people. The real self stays hidden because experience taught them that expressing their full depth often creates discomfort in others. Modern society intensifies this disconnect dramatically. Technology created constant communication but weakened genuine presence. People are endlessly connected digitally while emotionally distant internally. Intelligent people notice this contradiction constantly. They notice how conversations are interrupted by phones, how attention spans collapse during meaningful discussion, how image management replaces authenticity online. Everything starts feeling performative, even identity itself. Social media especially amplifies this feeling because intelligent minds can often sense the psychological emptiness beneath curated perfection. They see insecurity behind attention-seeking behavior, loneliness behind constant self-presentation, emotional exhaustion beneath productivity culture. And over time, this awareness creates emotional fatigue, because when your brain constantly sees beneath appearances, social life can start feeling psychologically exhausting instead of nourishing. Another painful aspect of this disconnect is that intelligent people often struggle relating to society's definition of success. They notice that many people spend decades chasing money, status, validation, or achievement only to remain emotionally unfulfilled afterward. So the intelligent mind starts questioning whether modern culture is actually leading people toward meaningful lives at all. And once that questioning becomes serious, motivation can become difficult. It becomes hard to enthusiastically participate in systems that feel emotionally hollow, hard to blindly chase goals disconnected from inner fulfillment, hard to pretend superficial success alone creates peace. This is why many intelligent people secretly feel detached during normal social conversations about careers, trends, popularity, or material success. Their mind keeps searching for something deeper beneath it all: meaning, truth, authenticity, real emotional connection. But those things often feel rare in environments built around speed, distraction, and performance. Over time, intelligent people may begin withdrawing socially not because they hate people, but because shallow interaction becomes emotionally draining. Solitude starts feeling safer than constant disconnection. Silence feels more honest than forced conversation. Yet isolation creates pain too, because the intelligent mind still longs to be understood, to meet people capable of depth without fear, to experience conversations where masks disappear for a moment, to feel psychologically at home somewhere instead of emotionally separate from everything. And that may be the hardest part of all. Intelligent people often understand society deeply, while simultaneously feeling unable to fully belong within it. They see the emotional hunger beneath human behavior, the insecurity beneath performance, the loneliness beneath distraction, the fear beneath conformity. And because they see all of it so clearly, they struggle participating unconsciously the way many others seem able to. So they continue moving through modern life carrying a quiet sense of separation inside them. Not always visible externally, but internally always there. The feeling that their mind exists slightly outside the emotional rhythm of the world surrounding them. The link between high intelligence and emotional sensitivity. A lot of people imagine intelligent individuals as emotionally detached, cold, logical, unaffected by things that overwhelm everyone else. But in reality, many highly intelligent people are not emotionally numb at all. They are emotionally overloaded. Their mind processes more. Their nervous system notices more. Their emotions go deeper and stay longer. And because they often hide this intensity well externally, most people never realize how emotionally sensitive they actually are. This connection between intelligence and emotional sensitivity confuses many people because society tends to separate logic and emotion as if they are opposites. But highly intelligent minds are often deeply emotional precisely because they process reality so intensely. They do not just hear words. They hear tone shifts, hidden tension, emotional contradictions, unspoken meaning. They do not just experience events. They mentally replay them, analyze them, connect them to larger patterns, and emotionally absorb layers that most people unconsciously filter out. And over time, this creates emotional exhaustion. One reason for this is that intelligent people tend to have heightened awareness overall. Their brain notices details rapidly and connects information deeply. That same ability applies emotionally too. They pick up subtle changes in energy, facial expressions, social dynamics, and emotional atmosphere constantly. A room changes emotionally, and they feel it immediately. Someone's voice shifts slightly, and they notice. A person says they are fine while clearly not being fine, and the intelligent mind senses the disconnect instantly. The nervous system stays highly engaged with emotional information all the time. Psychologists have studied something called overexcitability, especially in highly gifted individuals. It describes an intensified response to emotional, intellectual, sensory, and psychological stimuli. In simple terms, highly intelligent people often experience life at a higher emotional volume than others. What feels minor to one person may feel deeply impactful to another, because their brain processes the experience more intensely. This is why intelligent people are often misunderstood emotionally. From the outside, others may think they are overreacting, overthinking, or being too sensitive. But internally, their nervous system is genuinely processing more emotional information at once. They are not inventing depth where none exists. They are noticing emotional layers other people miss entirely. And unfortunately, modern culture often punishes emotional sensitivity instead of understanding it. People are told to toughen up, stop caring so much, stop thinking deeply, stop feeling everything. But intelligent people cannot simply switch awareness off. The mind keeps absorbing. This creates a painful contradiction, because highly intelligent people often become emotionally guarded even though they feel deeply. They learn very early that showing too much emotional intensity can overwhelm or confuse people around them. So they begin hiding parts of themselves. They become quieter, more controlled, more private, but internally, emotions still hit hard. One small rejection can replay in their mind for weeks. One emotional betrayal can permanently alter how safe they feel around people. One painful conversation can create layers of reflection and emotional analysis long after everyone else has moved on. The intelligent mind struggles letting emotional experiences pass quickly because it keeps searching for meaning inside them. And that search can become emotionally consuming. This sensitivity also explains why intelligent people often feel drained by environments that others tolerate easily. Loud social settings, fake interactions, emotional dishonesty, constant stimulation. Their nervous system absorbs all of it intensely. What looks like social withdrawal is often emotional self-protection. They are not avoiding people because they do not care. They are overwhelmed because they care too deeply while constantly processing more emotional information than they can comfortably carry. Relationships become especially difficult because intelligent people often crave emotional depth while simultaneously fearing emotional pain intensely. Their awareness allows them to connect deeply, but it also makes them highly aware of how fragile connection can be, so they become cautious. They analyze people carefully. They look for inconsistency, hidden motives, emotional instability, not because they want to judge others, but because their nervous system remembers emotional pain vividly. The intelligent mind does not easily forget emotionally significant experiences. This sensitivity also creates existential heaviness. Highly intelligent people often think deeply about suffering, mortality, loneliness, injustice, and human behavior. Their awareness stretches beyond personal problems into broader emotional realities. They feel the emotional atmosphere of the world itself more intensely than many realize. That awareness becomes difficult to carry, especially in modern life where endless information exposes people to nonstop emotional stimulation 24 hours a day. Wars, tragedy, conflict, social division, loneliness. The highly sensitive, intelligent mind absorbs all of it deeply while still trying to function normally every day. And over time, emotional burnout becomes almost inevitable. The painful irony is that many intelligent people become emotionally detached not because they naturally lack emotion, but because they feel too much for too long without enough recovery. Their nervous system eventually numbs itself as protection. That numbness gets mistaken for coldness, but underneath it often exists enormous emotional depth. This is also why intelligent people frequently connect strongly with art, music, writing, philosophy, and psychology. They are searching for emotional resonance, something that reflects the intensity of what they experience internally, something honest enough to match the depth they feel beneath everyday life. Because shallow interaction rarely satisfies emotionally sensitive minds, they crave authenticity, nuance, meaning, real emotional presence. And when they cannot find those things consistently, they begin feeling isolated from the world around them. The hardest part is that many highly intelligent people spend years criticizing themselves for their sensitivity. They believe they should be stronger, calmer, less affected by things. But sensitivity is not weakness. In many cases, it is the emotional consequence of perceiving reality deeply. The same mind capable of profound insight is often also capable of profound emotional pain. Because intelligence does not separate a person from feeling. Very often, it intensifies it. And that is the burden many intelligent people carry silently every single day. Why deep thinkers have trouble building genuine relationships. Deep thinkers often look calm on the outside, independent, self-contained, emotionally controlled. But internally, many of them are starving for connection in ways they rarely admit out loud. Not casual connection, not temporary attention, real connection. The kind where two people can speak honestly without performing, hiding, or simplifying themselves constantly. The problem is that deep thinkers usually struggle finding that kind of connection in modern life. And after enough disappointment, many quietly stop expecting it altogether. One reason this happens is because deep thinkers experience people differently from most. They do not only listen to words. They analyze patterns, contradictions, emotional energy, tone shifts, body language, silence, and hidden motives all at once. Their brain naturally searches beneath surface behavior, trying to understand who someone really is underneath the personality being presented socially. That creates emotional complexity immediately. A normal conversation for most people can feel psychologically layered for a deep thinker. They notice when someone sounds emotionally disconnected from what they are saying. They sense insecurity behind confidence. They recognize performative behavior quickly. And once someone becomes highly aware of these emotional layers, trusting people casually becomes difficult, not because they want to judge others, because their awareness keeps detecting inconsistency automatically. This is one reason deep thinkers often move slowly in relationships. Their mind keeps observing long after other people emotionally commit. They need authenticity to feel safe, and authenticity has become surprisingly rare in environments built around image management and emotional self-protection. Modern relationships often begin through performance. People present idealized versions of themselves, curated personalities, filtered emotions, social masks designed to appear attractive, successful, emotionally stable, or desirable. But deep thinkers are usually not searching for polished perfection. They are searching for emotional truth. Someone whose words match their energy. Someone capable of honesty without endless social performance. And because those people are difficult to find, deep thinkers often feel emotionally disconnected even while surrounded by potential relationships. There is also another painful contradiction. Deep thinkers crave emotional intimacy deeply while simultaneously fearing emotional disappointment intensely. Their awareness allows them to love deeply, but it also makes them painfully conscious of how fragile human connection can be. They understand how quickly people change, how easily communication breaks down, how often relationships become driven by convenience, ego, or unresolved emotional wounds. So part of them wants closeness, while another part constantly anticipates future pain. That internal conflict creates emotional hesitation. The deep thinker may genuinely care about someone while still pulling away emotionally, because the mind keeps analyzing possible outcomes. Their brain searches for hidden red flags, emotional inconsistencies, future incompatibilities. Instead of fully relaxing into connection, they mentally monitor it constantly. This becomes exhausting for both sides. Psychologists sometimes describe this pattern through hypervigilance and attachment sensitivity. Highly analytical and emotionally aware individuals often become deeply cautious in relationships because their nervous system processes emotional risk intensely. Past pain becomes emotionally memorable for a very long time. The deep thinker does not simply remember heartbreak intellectually. Their body remembers it emotionally. So future relationships become filtered through accumulated emotional awareness. Another reason deep thinkers struggle with relationships is because they often feel fundamentally misunderstood. Their inner world is complex, layered, reflective, emotionally intense. But most social interaction operates on surface communication, small talk, predictable scripts, social performance. The deep thinker can participate in these interactions, but internally they often feel emotionally unseen while doing it. They want conversations about fear, purpose, insecurity, growth, meaning, human behavior, emotional truth. They want honesty beyond social politeness. They want someone capable of staying present during uncomfortable emotional realities instead of avoiding them. But many people fear that level of vulnerability. So relationships stay shallow, and shallow connection eventually becomes emotionally painful for deep thinkers because it never fully reaches the parts of them craving genuine understanding. This is why many deep thinkers eventually become selective to the point of isolation. Not because they hate people, because emotionally empty relationships drain them more than solitude does. Solitude at least feels honest. There is no pretending required, no performing normality, no simplifying their thoughts or emotions to fit socially comfortable interaction. But solitude creates another problem too. The longer deep thinkers spend alone, the harder genuine connection can become psychologically. Their standards for authenticity grow stronger. Their tolerance for superficial interaction weakens further. And their internal world becomes so developed that very few people feel emotionally compatible enough to fully enter it. This creates loneliness that is difficult to explain. You crave connection deeply while simultaneously struggling to tolerate most forms of modern connection. The mind wants intimacy, but the nervous system fears disappointment and emotional shallowness at the same time. Deep thinkers also tend to overanalyze relationships continuously. Even healthy relationships can become mentally exhausting because the brain keeps evaluating emotional dynamics constantly. Did they mean that differently? Are we emotionally drifting? Am I too much? Are they hiding something? Do they truly understand me? The relationship becomes both an emotional experience and a psychological investigation happening simultaneously. And eventually, this constant analysis can make it difficult for deep thinkers to simply enjoy connection naturally. The irony is that deep thinkers often have enormous emotional capacity for love, loyalty, empathy, and understanding. They can connect with incredible depth when they feel emotionally safe. But because their awareness is so intense, safety becomes extremely difficult to establish fully. They need honesty, consistency, emotional intelligence, depth, patience, and most people are still struggling to fully understand themselves, let alone meet someone else at that level. So many deep thinkers continue moving through life, carrying profound emotional depth internally, while rarely feeling fully known by the people around them. Not because genuine connection is impossible, but because finding someone capable of reaching the depth they live in every day is far rarer than most people realize. How constant mental stimulation leads to burnout. The human mind was never designed to be awake all the time. Not physically awake, mentally awake. Constantly processing information, emotions, conversations, responsibilities, notifications, entertainment, anxiety, and endless streams of stimulation from the moment the eyes open until the moment exhaustion finally forces sleep. But modern life normalized this state so completely that many intelligent people no longer realize how mentally overloaded they actually are. They just call it normal life. And slowly, that nonstop stimulation begins destroying them from the inside. At first, the mind adapts surprisingly well. You answer messages while scrolling through news. Watch videos while thinking about work. Listen to music while mentally replaying conversations. Switch between tasks constantly. Your brain becomes addicted to movement because stillness starts feeling unfamiliar. But eventually, the nervous system reaches a breaking point, and when it does, burnout arrives quietly, not all at once. Gradually, you stop feeling mentally clear, concentration weakens, creativity fades, motivation disappears. Even small tasks begin feeling emotionally heavy. The strange part is that many intelligent people experience burnout long before they physically stop functioning. Externally, they still go to work, answer messages, complete responsibilities, smile socially. But internally, their mind feels exhausted in a way sleep no longer fully repairs. Because burnout is not simply physical tiredness, it is neurological depletion. Highly intelligent people are especially vulnerable because their brains naturally process life intensely. They think deeply, analyze constantly, absorb emotional information rapidly, and mentally revisit experiences long after they happen. Their mind rarely rests completely even during downtime. Then modern life adds nonstop stimulation on top of that natural intensity. Notifications interrupt thought every few minutes. Social media floods the nervous system with comparison and emotional noise. Productivity culture creates guilt around resting. Entertainment becomes endless. Information never stops arriving. The brain stays engaged every waking hour. Psychologists and neuroscientists have repeatedly shown that constant cognitive stimulation overloads the nervous system. The brain requires periods of recovery, silence, and uninterrupted rest to regulate emotion, consolidate information, and restore mental energy. Without that recovery, stress hormones remain elevated while attention and emotional resilience collapse gradually. But modern culture almost glorifies overstimulation. People are praised for multitasking, for staying busy, for always being reachable, for consuming more information faster. Meanwhile, intelligent minds quietly deteriorate beneath the pressure. One of the first things burnout destroys is the ability to feel genuine excitement. Things that once inspired you start feeling emotionally flat. Creativity becomes harder to access because creativity requires psychological space, and overstimulated minds have no space left. The brain becomes trapped in reaction mode instead of imagination mode. You stop creating, start consuming, stop reflecting, start scrolling, stop feeling emotionally alive, start functioning mechanically. And because this decline happens slowly, many intelligent people do not recognize burnout until they feel emotionally disconnected from life itself. Another dangerous aspect of constant stimulation is that it weakens attention permanently over time. Intelligent people often pride themselves on deep thinking, but deep thinking requires sustained focus. Modern stimulation fragments that focus constantly. The brain gets conditioned to novelty and interruption instead of depth and presence. Eventually, even relaxing becomes difficult. You sit quietly for a moment and immediately feel restless. The brain reaches for stimulation automatically. Music, videos, messages, information, anything to avoid silence. This happens because overstimulated minds lose tolerance for stillness. The nervous system becomes addicted to engagement while simultaneously exhausted by it. That contradiction creates emotional chaos. The person feels mentally drained yet unable to truly rest. And underneath all of this is another painful truth. Many intelligent people use stimulation to avoid themselves emotionally. Constant thinking, consuming, and multitasking become ways of escaping unresolved anxiety, loneliness, fear, or existential discomfort. Silence feels dangerous because silence allows buried thoughts and emotions to surface, so the cycle continues. More stimulation, more distraction, more mental noise, until eventually the mind begins breaking under the weight of carrying too much for too long. Burnout also damages emotional regulation deeply. Small inconveniences begin feeling overwhelming. Patience disappears. Motivation becomes inconsistent. Relationships suffer because the nervous system no longer has emotional energy available for genuine presence. The person starts surviving instead of living. And the terrifying part is how normal this has become in modern society. Entire generations now exist in states of chronic mental overstimulation while calling it productivity, ambition, or staying informed. Intelligent people often suffer most because they absorb more deeply from the environment around them. They do not simply consume information, they process it emotionally. They connect it to larger patterns, they carry it internally. So while others mentally skim through modern life, intelligent minds often absorb its psychological weight fully. That weight accumulates silently over years. Eventually, burnout reaches deeper than exhaustion. It becomes disconnection. Disconnection from creativity, from joy, from curiosity, from emotional vitality, even from the self. People begin feeling like hollow versions of who they once were. Not because they lost intelligence, because their mind never received enough recovery to remain fully alive. And perhaps the saddest part is this. Many intelligent people keep trying to solve burnout by becoming more productive, more disciplined, or more optimized. But burnout is not always caused by lack of effort. Sometimes it is caused by the complete absence of mental peace. The human mind cannot remain endlessly stimulated without eventually collapsing inward. Even brilliant minds need silence, stillness, emotional recovery, moments where they are allowed to exist without processing, performing, producing, or consuming constantly. Without those moments, intelligence slowly turns against itself, and the mind that once felt limitless begins feeling unbearably tired, just trying to survive ordinary life. Why intelligent minds obsess over problems they cannot control? Highly intelligent people often carry an invisible weight that nobody around them fully sees. Their mind refuses to let go of problems. Not only personal problems, but global problems, future problems, emotional problems, hypothetical problems, philosophical problems, relationship problems, and situations completely outside their control. The brain keeps circling them endlessly as if thinking hard enough might somehow create safety or resolution. And eventually, this habit becomes emotionally exhausting, because intelligent minds are built to solve things. From a young age, many intelligent people learned that thinking deeply helps them navigate life. Analysis creates understanding. Understanding creates prediction. Prediction creates a sense of control. So the brain slowly becomes conditioned to believe that every uncertainty must be mentally worked through until clarity is achieved. The problem is that many aspects of life cannot be fully solved. Human behavior is unpredictable. The future is uncertain. People change. Loss happens. Existence itself contains unanswered questions, but intelligent minds struggle accepting unresolved uncertainty emotionally. So they keep thinking, and thinking and thinking. At first, this obsession can look productive. The person appears thoughtful, responsible, self-aware, informed. They analyze situations carefully. They anticipate consequences. They think ahead. But internally, the mind slowly turns against itself because it never receives permission to stop searching for answers. One unanswered message becomes emotional investigation. One future possibility becomes hours of mental simulation. One world event becomes existential anxiety lasting all day. The intelligent brain naturally expands problems because it can imagine consequences vividly. Their imagination becomes powerful enough to emotionally experience situations before they even happen. The nervous system reacts not only to reality, but to imagined futures constantly generated by thought. This is why intelligent people often struggle with chronic anxiety, even when life externally appears stable. Their mind keeps trying to prepare for realities that may never arrive. Psychologists sometimes connect this to intolerance of uncertainty and cognitive overcontrol. Highly analytical individuals often feel psychologically uncomfortable when situations remain unresolved or unpredictable. The brain keeps attempting to mentally reduce uncertainty through analysis, planning, prediction, and overthinking. But emotionally, this strategy backfires. Because the more the person thinks, the more possibilities the brain generates. And more possibilities create more anxiety. The mind becomes trapped in a loop where thinking intended to create control actually creates emotional chaos instead. This becomes especially painful because intelligent people are often highly aware of problems far beyond their direct influence. They think about economic instability, political conflict, environmental collapse, loneliness in society, mortality, artificial intelligence, broken social systems, and countless other realities most people emotionally filter out more easily. Their awareness stretches outward constantly. And awareness without control creates helplessness. The brain keeps searching for solutions to realities too large for one person to fix alone. Yet emotionally, intelligent minds still carry responsibility internally, as if understanding a problem means they should somehow resolve it. That psychological burden becomes crushing over time. One reason this happens is because intelligent people frequently attach self-worth to mental competence. Solving problems becomes part of their identity, so when they encounter situations they cannot fix emotionally or intellectually, it creates internal frustration and anxiety. The mind interprets uncertainty almost like failure. If I think harder, maybe I can solve this. If I analyze more carefully, maybe I can prevent pain. If I understand everything completely, maybe I can finally relax. But life keeps refusing complete certainty, and the intelligent mind struggles surrendering to that reality. This obsession with uncontrollable problems also damages presence deeply. Intelligent people often live mentally in the future, instead of emotionally in the present. Their brain constantly scans for what could go wrong later, what needs preparation, what hidden risk exists beneath current stability. Even during peaceful moments, part of the mind remains elsewhere, thinking about tomorrow, about consequences, about possibilities, about problems not yet real. The nervous system rarely fully settles because the brain treats vigilance like survival. Modern life intensifies this dramatically. The internet exposes intelligent people to nonstop information about global suffering, instability, injustice, conflict, and uncertainty every day. The human brain was never designed to emotionally process the fears and tragedies of millions of people continuously. But intelligent minds absorb it deeply. They do not simply scroll past information. They internalize it, analyze it, emotionally carry it, and eventually the nervous system begins living in a chronic state of unresolved tension. The hardest part is that intelligent people often know intellectually that worrying does not solve most things. They understand logically that some realities remain uncertain no matter how deeply they think about them. But emotionally, letting go feels dangerous, because thinking creates the illusion of preparation, the illusion of control, the illusion that maybe enough awareness can prevent suffering entirely. So the mind keeps obsessing even while exhausted by its own behavior. Relationships suffer from this too. Intelligent people often overanalyze emotional dynamics, trying to predict rejection, misunderstanding, or conflict before it happens. Instead of fully experiencing connection, they mentally monitor it, searching for signs, patterns, future risks. The same thing happens with life itself. They struggle trusting peace because the brain keeps anticipating disruption. Struggle enjoying success because the mind imagines future failure. Struggle resting because unresolved problems continue existing somewhere in the background of awareness. And eventually, intelligent people realize something painful. Their mind has become addicted to solving because solving feels safer than uncertainty. But some parts of life cannot be mastered intellectually. Some fears cannot be eliminated completely. Some outcomes remain unknowable no matter how deeply the brain analyzes them. And true peace only begins when the intelligent mind finally understands that awareness does not create total control, because constantly carrying problems beyond your power to change does not make you wiser forever. At some point, it simply makes you emotionally exhausted. The frustration of living in a world driven by shallow validation, one of the most exhausting experiences for intelligent people, is realizing how much of modern life revolves around appearance instead of substance. Not truth, not depth, not wisdom, appearance. How things look, how they are perceived, how quickly they attract attention. And once someone becomes deeply aware of this, everyday life can start feeling emotionally frustrating in ways that are difficult to explain to others. Because intelligent minds naturally search for meaning beneath the surface. They care about authenticity, complexity, emotional honesty, and real understanding. But modern culture often rewards the exact opposite: simplicity over nuance, confidence over wisdom, popularity over character, visibility over substance. The loudest voice gets attention, the most polished image gets admiration, the most emotionally performative behavior gets validation. Meanwhile, depth often goes unnoticed because depth requires patience, reflection, and genuine attention to recognize. And modern society is rapidly losing patience for all three. This creates a painful psychological conflict for intelligent people. They want real connection, real conversation, real understanding. But they live inside systems increasingly built around instant gratification and external validation. Social media turned approval into a visible currency. Likes, followers, status, trends, attention. Human value slowly became tied to performance metrics instead of inner substance. Intelligent people notice this constantly. They notice how many people shape entire personalities around being accepted, how opinions change depending on social reward, how authenticity gets sacrificed for popularity, how emotional performance replaces emotional honesty. And the more deeply they see these patterns, the harder it becomes to participate in them naturally. At first, many intelligent people try adapting. They simplify themselves socially, hide complexity, pretend enthusiasm for shallow trends and conversations, laugh at things they do not genuinely find meaningful. But over time, this creates emotional exhaustion because constantly performing a reduced version of yourself slowly disconnects you from your own identity. You begin feeling unseen even when surrounded by people, because the version receiving validation is not the real you. Psychologically, human beings crave recognition deeply, but intelligent people often crave a specific kind of recognition. They do not simply want attention. They want understanding. They want someone to recognize the depth of who they are beyond surface image, status, or social performance. The problem is that modern validation systems rarely reward invisible qualities: patience, wisdom, nuance, emotional depth, integrity, thoughtfulness. These qualities often develop quietly over time while society rewards whatever captures attention fastest. This becomes especially frustrating for deep thinkers because they can often see how emotionally empty shallow validation really is. They observe people becoming addicted to external approval while remaining internally insecure. They notice how temporary social attention is, how quickly trends change, how easily public admiration disappears once attention moves elsewhere. The intelligent mind recognizes that validation built entirely on appearance or performance rarely creates genuine fulfillment. Yet modern culture keeps encouraging people to chase it anyway. This creates emotional alienation, because intelligent people often feel psychologically disconnected from the priorities dominating society around them. They struggle caring deeply about image management, online performance, social competition, or status signaling the way many others seem to naturally. Not because they believe they are above it, because it feels emotionally hollow to them. And the more aware they become of this emptiness, the more frustrated they often feel, especially online. Social media intensified shallow validation to levels human psychology was never designed to handle. People now experience constant comparison, constant performance pressure, and constant exposure to curated versions of other lives. The environment rewards emotional extremes, simplified opinions, and attention-seeking behavior because those things generate engagement fastest. Meanwhile, thoughtful nuance often disappears beneath the noise. Intelligent people suffer in these environments because their brain naturally seeks complexity and authenticity. They become emotionally drained by superficial interaction, repeating endlessly across digital spaces. Everything starts feeling optimized for attention instead of truth. Conversations become performative. Opinions become branding. Human identity becomes marketing. And beneath all of it, many intelligent people quietly feel grief watching depth disappear from public life. This frustration becomes even more painful in relationships and friendships. Deep thinkers often want emotionally honest communication, but many people are conditioned to prioritize being liked over being real. Conflict gets avoided instead of resolved. Vulnerability gets hidden behind humor, detachment, or curated personas. So intelligent people keep searching for sincerity inside environments rewarding performance instead. And eventually, many begin withdrawing emotionally. Not because they hate people, because they are exhausted from interacting with versions of people that feel psychologically incomplete. The tragedy is that intelligent individuals often become misunderstood during this process. Their frustration with shallow validation can make them appear distant, cynical, arrogant, or antisocial, when internally they are simply craving more authentic forms of human connection and meaning. They are tired of conversations built around appearances, tired of watching people perform happiness while emotionally struggling underneath, tired of seeing intelligence reduced into confidence and wisdom reduced into popularity, tired of living in systems where being noticed matters more than being genuine. And perhaps the hardest part is that intelligent people often feel pressure to participate in these systems anyway, just to survive socially or professionally. Build a personal brand. Stay visible, stay relevant, keep performing, even when every part of them feels emotionally disconnected from the performance itself. This creates inner conflict constantly, because the intelligent mind recognizes that shallow validation can never fully nourish a human being emotionally. Attention is not the same as connection. Popularity is not the same as respect. Visibility is not the same as meaning. Yet modern society increasingly treats them as interchangeable. And over time, intelligent people begin feeling like they are living inside a culture obsessed with being seen, while slowly forgetting how to truly see each other at all. Why smart people frequently feel behind in life. One of the strangest contradictions about intelligent people is that many of them constantly feel behind in life, even when they are objectively doing well. They can be talented, capable, thoughtful, and full of potential while secretly feeling like everyone else somehow figured life out faster than they did. Someone else already built the career, started the family, found clarity, found confidence, found direction. Meanwhile, the intelligent mind keeps questioning everything so deeply that forward movement often becomes emotionally complicated, and over time, this creates a quiet feeling of failure that follows them everywhere. Part of the reason this happens is because intelligent people rarely experience life simply. Their brain turns every major decision into layers of analysis. Most people choose a path and start moving. Intelligent people often stop to examine every possible outcome, every hidden risk, every future consequence, every alternative version of life they might accidentally abandon. The more possibilities the mind sees, the harder certainty becomes. This creates paralysis disguised as thoughtfulness. While others move quickly through life with imperfect confidence, intelligent people often hesitate because they see complexity everywhere. They understand how fragile success can be, how unpredictable people are, how quickly circumstances change. Their awareness expands possibility, but it also expands doubt. And doubt slows movement. Psychologists sometimes describe this as analysis paralysis. When the brain processes too many possibilities at once, decision-making becomes emotionally exhausting. Intelligent minds naturally generate more scenarios, more perspectives, and more hypothetical outcomes than average, which makes simple decisions feel psychologically heavy. The person wants certainty before acting, but life rarely offers certainty first. So intelligent people frequently spend years mentally preparing for life instead of fully entering it. Another reason smart people feel behind is because they often measure themselves against impossible internal standards. Their imagination allows them to envision extraordinary futures, extraordinary versions of themselves, extraordinary levels of meaning and success. But reality unfolds slowly, imperfectly, and unpredictably. The gap between vision and reality becomes emotionally painful. No matter how much progress they make, the intelligent mind keeps focusing on what has not been achieved yet, what they could have done sooner, what potential they may be wasting, what path they should already be on by now. And because intelligent people are highly self-aware, they notice every delay intensely. Every year feels psychologically significant. They compare where they are not only to others, but to the idealized timeline they secretly built in their head years earlier. That timeline becomes a source of constant quiet disappointment. Modern society makes this dramatically worse. Social media created nonstop exposure to other people's milestones, achievements, relationships, money, confidence, lifestyles, and public success. Intelligent people do not simply observe these things casually. Their brain analyzes them deeply. Every comparison becomes existential. Am I wasting my life? Did I choose the wrong path? Why does everyone else seem certain while I still feel confused? And because intelligent people often hide uncertainty externally, they assume everyone else feels more emotionally stable than they actually are. But much of what they are comparing themselves to is performance, curated confidence, edited success, filtered identity. The intelligent mind knows this intellectually, yet emotionally the comparison still affects them. Another painful reason intelligent people feel behind is because they often spend years searching for meaning instead of simply chasing socially approved milestones automatically. They question careers deeply, relationships deeply, purpose deeply. They do not want to blindly build a life that feels emotionally empty internally. But searching for meaning takes time. While others move quickly into predefined roles, intelligent people frequently pause to ask whether those roles actually align with who they are. That questioning creates delay, uncertainty, and emotional isolation because society rewards visible progress more than internal reflection. People praise movement even when the movement lacks meaning, so intelligent individuals often feel guilty for not progressing faster, even when part of the delay comes from trying to build a life that feels psychologically authentic instead of simply socially acceptable. There is also the burden of awareness itself. Intelligent people are often highly conscious of how temporary life is. They think about wasted potential, mortality, regret, and future consequences constantly. This awareness creates internal pressure. Every decision feels loaded with importance because the mind recognizes how limited time actually is. Ironically, this pressure can make action even harder. The person becomes so afraid of choosing incorrectly that they struggle choosing at all. Meanwhile, less analytical people often move forward faster simply because they tolerate uncertainty more comfortably. This creates another painful contradiction. Intelligent people may deeply understand life while simultaneously struggling to participate in it decisively. Relationships become overanalyzed, career choices become existential crises, simple decisions become identity questions, and over time, intelligent individuals begin feeling emotionally exhausted watching others progress, while they remain mentally stuck between possibilities. What makes this even harder is that intelligent people often invalidate their own achievements constantly. They adapt quickly to success and immediately raise internal expectations again. Nothing fully satisfies for long because the mind keeps imagining higher levels of accomplishment, meaning, or fulfillment still left unreached. So externally successful intelligent people can still secretly feel inadequate all the time. The finish line keeps moving internally. This creates chronic dissatisfaction and the haunting sense that life is somehow slipping away faster than they are evolving. And underneath all of this is fear. Fear of wasting potential. Fear of becoming ordinary. Fear of choosing the wrong life. Fear of waking up years later emotionally trapped inside a path that no longer feels real. The intelligent mind carries these fears constantly while trying to function normally every day, and eventually, many intelligent people realize something painful. Their feeling of being behind often has less to do with actual failure and more to do with the impossible standards, endless analysis, and existential pressure created by their own awareness. Because the same mind capable of imagining extraordinary possibilities is also capable of making ordinary human progress feel emotionally insufficient. And that is why so many intelligent people quietly feel like they are running out of time, even while still trying to figure out where they truly belong. How perfectionism secretly destroys intelligent individuals. Perfectionism rarely looks dangerous in the beginning. At first, it looks admirable. Discipline, high standards, ambition, attention to detail. The intelligent person becomes known as capable, responsible, driven, and thoughtful. Other people praise them for always trying to improve themselves and do things correctly. From the outside, perfectionism can even look like intelligence itself. But internally, something much darker is usually happening. Because perfectionism is often not driven by confidence, it is driven by fear. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of being exposed as inadequate, fear that mistakes somehow reduce personal worth, and intelligent people are especially vulnerable to this because they are deeply aware of possibilities. Their mind can imagine ideal outcomes vividly, which means reality constantly feels imperfect by comparison. Nothing ever fully feels enough. Not their work, not their progress, not themselves. The intelligent mind keeps raising the standard higher every time something is achieved. You finish one goal, and instead of feeling proud, your brain immediately notices flaws, missed opportunities, and how much further you still should be by now. Satisfaction disappears almost instantly because perfectionism does not allow completion emotionally. There is always another improvement left to make. This creates chronic psychological tension. The person becomes trapped in a constant state of self-evaluation. Every action gets mentally reviewed. Every conversation gets analyzed afterward. Every project feels emotionally incomplete, no matter how much effort was invested into it. And over time, intelligent people stop experiencing life naturally because they are too busy trying to optimize themselves inside it. Psychologists often connect perfectionism to conditional self-worth. The person unconsciously believes they deserve acceptance, love, safety, or value only when they perform well enough. So achievement stops being something meaningful and becomes emotional survival instead. That is why perfectionism creates exhaustion so quickly. The intelligent mind is no longer simply trying to succeed. It is trying to avoid feeling inadequate. This also explains why perfectionists often procrastinate despite being highly capable. From the outside, this confuses people. How can someone intelligent and talented avoid taking action so often? But internally, the answer is simple. Perfectionists fear imperfection more than they desire progress. If the result cannot match the ideal vision in their mind, starting becomes emotionally painful. The person delays action because unfinished potential feels psychologically safer than imperfect reality. As long as they do not fully try, failure remains hypothetical. But this creates another layer of suffering. The intelligent person watches time pass while knowing they are capable of more. Potential turns into guilt. Guilt turns into self-criticism, and self-criticism slowly destroys motivation entirely. Perfectionism also damages creativity deeply. Creative thought requires experimentation, mistakes, vulnerability, and emotional freedom. But perfectionistic minds monitor themselves constantly. Every idea gets judged before it fully develops. Every creative impulse becomes evaluated for whether it is impressive enough, meaningful enough, original enough. The mind becomes too afraid to create imperfectly, and eventually, many intelligent people stop expressing themselves altogether because the internal standard became impossible to satisfy. Relationships suffer too. Perfectionists often struggle relaxing emotionally around others because they feel pressure to manage how they are perceived constantly. They overanalyze conversations, fear disappointing people, fear appearing weak, awkward, emotional, or flawed. Even intimacy becomes mentally exhausting because perfectionism turns human connection into performance. The person stops feeling safe enough to simply exist naturally. And underneath all of this is usually deep emotional sensitivity. Highly intelligent people often experience life intensely. They notice criticism deeply. Rejection stays with them longer. Failure feels psychologically heavier because their awareness magnifies emotional meaning. Perfectionism develops partly as self-protection. The brain believes flawless performance might finally create emotional security, but it never does, because perfectionism does not calm fear, it feeds it. Every success temporarily relieves anxiety before creating a new standard to maintain. The person becomes trapped chasing impossible emotional certainty through achievement. And modern culture rewards this unhealthy pattern constantly. People praise overworking, obsessive productivity, relentless optimization, endless self-improvement. The perfectionist receives validation externally while collapsing internally. Nobody sees the anxiety beneath the achievement, the exhaustion beneath the competence, the self-hatred hidden behind high standards. So, intelligent people often continue destroying themselves quietly while appearing successful to everyone around them. Another painful aspect of perfectionism is that it steals presence completely. The perfectionistic mind cannot fully enjoy moments because it keeps focusing on what is unfinished or imperfect. Even achievements feel emotionally temporary because the brain immediately shifts attention toward the next problem to solve. Nothing is ever allowed to simply be enough. Not success, not rest, not love, not progress. The person lives in constant emotional pursuit without ever arriving psychologically anywhere, and eventually, burnout appears. Not because the person lacked ability, because the nervous system was never allowed peace. Perfectionism keeps the brain in permanent tension, permanent self-monitoring, permanent fear of falling short. Over years, this destroys emotional resilience completely. The saddest part is that intelligent perfectionists often become deeply disconnected from themselves. They become so focused on becoming an ideal version of who they think they should be that they lose connection with who they actually are underneath all the pressure. Life stops feeling alive. It starts feeling managed, measured, controlled, evaluated, and eventually, many intelligent people realize something heartbreaking. The perfectionism they believed would protect their potential was actually suffocating it. Because human beings do not grow through flawless performance. They grow through experience, mistakes, experimentation, imperfection, and the mind that constantly demands perfection eventually becomes incapable of feeling peace no matter how much success it achieves. Why intelligent people struggle with simple decisions. Most people think intelligence should make life easier, especially decision-making. The assumption is simple. Smarter people should naturally know what to do faster, avoid mistakes more effectively, and navigate life with more certainty. But in reality, highly intelligent people often struggle with even simple decisions in ways that quietly exhaust them every single day. What to say, what career path to choose, whether to stay or leave, whether they made the right choice. Even tiny decisions can become mentally overwhelming because the intelligent mind rarely sees only one option. It sees layers, consequences, possibilities, risks, emotional outcomes, future scenarios, and hidden variables all at once. And eventually, the brain becomes trapped inside its own complexity. This happens because intelligence expands awareness. The more mentally flexible someone is, the more possibilities they can imagine simultaneously. While other people may choose quickly and move on emotionally, intelligent individuals often continue mentally exploring every alternative path long after the decision should have been simple. What if this choice creates regret later? What if there is a better option I have not considered yet? What if I am sacrificing something important without realizing it? The brain keeps reopening possibilities endlessly because intelligent people deeply understand that every decision closes other doors permanently. That awareness creates pressure. Psychologists often describe this through analysis paralysis. When the brain processes too many variables at once, action becomes emotionally difficult. Intelligent minds naturally generate more perspectives, more hypothetical outcomes, and more future simulations than average, which makes certainty incredibly hard to achieve. The person does not simply make a decision. They mentally live through multiple possible futures before choosing anything. And the more emotionally significant the decision feels, the worse this becomes. A simple text message becomes overthinking. A career choice becomes existential crisis. A relationship decision becomes endless psychological analysis. The intelligent mind wants certainty before acting, but life rarely offers certainty first. So the person stays stuck between possibilities while time keeps moving anyway. One reason intelligent people struggle so much with decisions is because they are deeply aware of consequences. They understand how one choice can alter years of life emotionally, financially, relationally, or psychologically. Their awareness stretches far into the future, which means decisions rarely feel emotionally small. Even ordinary choices carry invisible emotional weight, and because intelligent people are often highly self-aware, they also fear disappointing themselves. They imagine the version of life they could potentially create, which means every decision feels connected to identity and wasted potential. If I choose wrong, maybe I ruin my future. Maybe I become someone I never wanted to become. Maybe I waste years. The pressure becomes enormous internally, even when the decision appears minor externally. This is why intelligent people often envy individuals who move through life confidently without overthinking every possibility. Less analytical people sometimes progress faster simply because they tolerate uncertainty more comfortably. They choose, adapt, and continue moving. Meanwhile, intelligent minds keep searching for the perfect decision before fully committing to anything. But perfection rarely exists in real life. Another reason smart people struggle with simple decisions is because they emotionally attach to all the paths they do not choose. Their imagination is powerful enough to vividly picture alternate futures. So even after making a decision, part of the mind continues wondering about the lives left unexplored. What would have happened if I moved there? Took that opportunity, stayed with that person, chose differently years ago. The brain keeps revisiting unrealized possibilities long after decisions are made. This creates chronic dissatisfaction because no path ever feels fully complete emotionally. Every chosen life still contains awareness of unlived versions existing somewhere in imagination. Modern life intensifies this problem dramatically. Today, people are exposed to endless options constantly: careers, lifestyles, relationships, information, opinions, identities. The intelligent mind becomes overloaded trying to evaluate infinite possibilities while fearing permanent mistakes. Too many options create psychological exhaustion, and social media worsens it further by constantly exposing people to alternative lives they could have lived. Every successful person online becomes another comparison point, another reminder that countless directions exist. The intelligent brain absorbs all of this deeply. So simple decisions stop feeling simple. They become symbolic, emotionally loaded, connected to purpose, identity, happiness, and future fulfillment all at once. This decision fatigue also damages confidence over time. Intelligent people often second-guess themselves because they can always imagine reasons why their choice may have been flawed. Even after deciding, the analysis continues internally. Maybe I overlooked something. Maybe there was a smarter path. Maybe this will fail later. The mind keeps searching for hidden mistakes even inside good decisions. And eventually, trust in oneself weakens. The person becomes afraid of committing fully to anything, because commitment means accepting uncertainty, and uncertainty feels emotionally dangerous to highly analytical minds. Relationships suffer from this too. Intelligent people often overanalyze compatibility, emotional dynamics, future possibilities, and hidden concerns until they struggle relaxing naturally into connection. Instead of fully experiencing relationships emotionally, part of the brain stays in evaluation mode constantly. The same thing happens with work, creativity, and life direction. The intelligent person becomes trapped between possibilities while secretly envying people capable of simple certainty. But perhaps the deepest reason intelligent people struggle with decisions is this: they are trying to protect themselves from regret. The brain believes that enough analysis might finally eliminate pain, failure, or uncertainty completely, but no amount of thinking can fully guarantee that. Every meaningful decision in life requires stepping into uncertainty eventually, and intelligent minds struggle with that because they can see too clearly how fragile outcomes really are. So they keep searching for clarity that never fully arrives. Keep analyzing futures that do not yet exist. Keep mentally rehearsing possibilities while real life quietly waits for them to choose something imperfect and finally begin living it. The fear of wasting potential that haunts brilliant minds. Few things torment intelligent people more deeply than the fear of wasting their potential. Not failure itself. Wasted potential, because failure at least means you tried and fell short. Wasted potential feels different. It feels like carrying the awareness that you could have become something extraordinary while slowly watching your own life drift somewhere smaller, safer, or emotionally disconnected from who you know you could be. And that fear follows many brilliant minds constantly, quietly, relentlessly. From the outside, intelligent people often appear calm, capable, even successful. But internally, many live with a permanent sense that they are behind some invisible version of themselves they were supposed to become by now. The imagined version is always there, more disciplined, more accomplished, more creative, more fulfilled, more courageous. The mind keeps comparing present reality against unrealized possibility, and the gap between the two becomes emotionally painful over time. One reason this fear becomes so intense is because intelligent people can vividly imagine what their life could become. Their mind naturally sees possibilities, alternate futures, hidden abilities, and untapped paths. While many people focus mostly on immediate survival or routine, intelligent individuals often live psychologically surrounded by visions of unrealized potential. And imagination can become both inspiration and torture. Because once the mind sees what might be possible, ordinary existence can start feeling emotionally insufficient. Psychologists sometimes connect this fear to idealized self-discrepancy. The person develops a powerful internal image of who they believe they should become, and every difference between current reality and that idealized identity creates chronic emotional tension. The intelligent mind does not simply want survival, it wants significance, meaning, depth, impact. The problem is that reality unfolds slowly, imperfectly, and unpredictably. Human beings get tired, distracted, hurt, confused. Responsibilities appear. Mental health struggles happen. Fear interferes. Life becomes more complicated than pure potential imagined from a distance. But intelligent people often struggle accepting those limitations compassionately. Instead, they become harsh toward themselves. Every unfinished project becomes evidence of wasted ability. Every year of uncertainty feels like lost time. Every period of exhaustion feels like personal failure. The person starts carrying guilt for not becoming enough fast enough, and modern culture intensifies this fear dramatically. From childhood, intelligent people are often praised for their potential rather than their humanity. Teachers, parents, peers, and society constantly tell them they are capable of great things. While this sounds encouraging, it creates enormous psychological pressure over time. The person stops feeling valuable simply for existing. Their worth becomes tied to future achievement, to what they might eventually accomplish. So when life becomes messy or progress slows down, intelligent individuals often feel deep shame internally, not because they are objectively failing, but because they believe they are betraying the potential everyone once saw in them. That emotional burden becomes exhausting, especially because intelligent people are usually highly self-aware. They notice every distraction, every delay, every inconsistency inside themselves. They know exactly how much time they waste, exactly where fear is holding them back, exactly how much more they believe they should already be doing. Their awareness magnifies guilt constantly. This is why many brilliant minds secretly struggle with anxiety, procrastination, and paralysis. The fear of wasting potential becomes so overwhelming that action itself starts feeling emotionally dangerous. If I truly try and still fail, what does that say about me? If I commit fully and do not become extraordinary, then maybe I was never as capable as I believed. So the mind hesitates, overthinks, waits for the perfect moment, the perfect plan, the perfect version of itself before finally beginning. But perfection never arrives, and time keeps moving anyway. This creates one of the cruelest contradictions intelligent people experience. They often possess enormous capability while simultaneously struggling to consistently express it. Their mind becomes trapped between vision and execution. The more potential they sense within themselves, the more terrifying failure becomes emotionally. Because now the stakes feel existential. The person is no longer simply afraid of failing at a task. They are afraid of failing their own identity. Another painful aspect of this fear is comparison. Intelligent people constantly encounter examples of others succeeding younger, faster, louder, more publicly. Social media amplifies this endlessly. Every achievement online becomes another reminder of what they believe they should already be accomplishing. The mind starts calculating time obsessively. I should already be further ahead. I am running out of time. What if I never become who I was meant to be? And because intelligent people often imagine life in long-term trajectories, every year feels psychologically significant. Delays become emotionally magnified. Rest feels guilty. Uncertainty feels dangerous. Even moments of peace become interrupted by internal pressure. You should be doing more, creating more, becoming more. The nervous system rarely relaxes completely because potential itself becomes a source of anxiety. Relationships suffer too. Many intelligent people struggle being fully present with others because part of their mind is always preoccupied with self-evaluation, measuring progress, comparing timelines, wondering whether they are wasting time emotionally, professionally, creatively. Life becomes something to optimize rather than fully experience. And eventually, many brilliant minds realize something heartbreaking. Their fear of wasting potential has stolen years of actual living. The pressure to become extraordinary became so intense that they stopped allowing themselves to simply grow imperfectly like human beings. Because potential is seductive psychologically, it represents possibility untouched by failure. But real life requires leaving possibility behind and entering reality instead. Reality is slower, messier, more uncertain, and intelligent people often struggle accepting that meaningful lives are not built through perfect execution of potential. They are built through imperfect action, repeated over time. The tragedy is that many brilliant people spend so long fearing wasted potential that they unintentionally waste enormous emotional energy carrying the fear itself. And eventually they discover something difficult but freeing. Potential alone was never the point. Living fully despite uncertainty was. Why deep thinkers often lose interest in everyday conversations. Deep thinkers do not usually lose interest in people. They lose interest in conversations that never go anywhere real. At first, they try. They participate in small talk. They smile politely. They ask the expected questions. They adapt socially the same way everyone else does. But internally, something starts happening over time. More and more conversations begin feeling repetitive, emotionally empty, and strangely disconnected from real human experience. The words are there, but the depth is missing. And eventually, deep thinkers start feeling exhausted by interaction that constantly stays on the surface. This happens because deep thinkers naturally process life beneath appearances. Their mind searches for meaning, emotional truth, contradiction, motive, and psychological depth automatically. So while most people communicate mainly to socialize, bond casually, or pass time, deep thinkers often crave conversations that reveal something genuine, something vulnerable, something intellectually alive, something emotionally honest. But modern conversation rarely slows down enough for that anymore. Most interaction today revolves around routines, distractions, trends, work stress, social performance, or temporary stimulation. People talk constantly without actually saying much that feels emotionally real. Deep thinkers notice this immediately. They notice how often people avoid honesty, how conversations stay trapped inside predictable scripts, how many interactions are driven by politeness instead of genuine curiosity. And once someone becomes highly aware of these patterns, ordinary conversation can start feeling emotionally draining instead of nourishing. The deep thinker is not necessarily bored by simple topics themselves. They are bored by lack of presence, lack of authenticity, lack of emotional depth. A conversation about almost anything can feel meaningful if both people are emotionally engaged and psychologically real. But shallow interaction often feels mechanical to deep thinkers because the exchange never reaches beyond surface identity. Psychologically, deep thinkers tend to have high levels of introspection and cognitive complexity. Their mind constantly reflects on life, emotions, relationships, existence, and human behavior internally. That means their internal world becomes incredibly layered over time. Then they enter social environments where conversations rarely move beyond social performance. The contrast feels isolating. It is like carrying an entire universe internally while being expected to communicate only through emotionally simplified language. So many deep thinkers slowly withdraw from casual interaction altogether, not because they dislike people, because superficial conversation creates emotional fatigue. They leave social situations feeling lonelier than they did before entering them because nothing meaningful was actually exchanged. Hours can pass in conversation without anyone revealing how they truly feel, what they genuinely fear, or what they deeply think about life. Everything stays emotionally protected, and deep thinkers feel that absence intensely. Another reason deep thinkers lose interest in everyday conversations is because they are highly sensitive to repetition. They quickly notice when most social interaction follows predictable loops, the same complaints, the same jokes, the same social scripts, the same performative opinions repeated endlessly. The mind starts craving novelty, complexity, and emotional sincerity instead. This is why deep thinkers often become more selective socially over time. They stop forcing interaction just to avoid loneliness, because shallow interaction itself begins creating loneliness. Solitude starts feeling more emotionally peaceful than conversations that never move beyond appearances. And modern life makes this problem worse. Social media shortened attention spans and rewarded performative communication. Conversations became optimized for speed, entertainment, reaction, and image management rather than reflection. People increasingly communicate to maintain social presence instead of pursuing understanding. Deep thinkers notice this shift painfully. They notice how rare uninterrupted conversations have become, how often phones interrupt presence, how quickly vulnerability gets redirected into humor or distraction, how uncomfortable many people become when conversations turn emotionally real. So deep thinkers begin craving fewer conversations but deeper ones. One honest conversation becomes more emotionally valuable than dozens of shallow interactions. The difficult part is that society often misunderstands this completely. Deep thinkers get labeled quiet, distant, antisocial, arrogant, or emotionally detached, when internally they are simply starving for more meaningful forms of connection. They are not avoiding humanity. They are avoiding emotional emptiness. Because, for deep thinkers, conversation is not merely social activity. It is psychological connection, a way of reaching another human mind beyond performance and routine. And when that depth is missing consistently, interaction starts feeling emotionally unsatisfying no matter how many people are involved. There is also another painful truth. Deep thinkers often sense things in conversations other people do not notice. Emotional suppression, hidden insecurity, passive dishonesty, social masks, contradictions between what someone says and what they actually feel. Their awareness keeps detecting emotional subtext constantly. This makes many conversations feel psychologically incomplete, because the deep thinker can sense the reality underneath the words, while everyone else continues pretending the surface-level exchange is enough. Over time, this creates emotional exhaustion. The person starts craving silence more often because silence feels more honest than performative interaction. Books become more stimulating than conversations. Solitude becomes calmer than social environments. Not because the deep thinker stopped caring about people, but because their inner world became too psychologically alive to remain satisfied by shallow communication endlessly repeating itself. And perhaps the saddest part is this: many deep thinkers secretly long for conversation more than anyone else. Real conversation. The kind where defenses disappear for a moment, where people speak honestly without trying to impress each other, where curiosity becomes more important than image, where vulnerability is not treated like weakness. but because those conversations are rare. Deep thinkers often spend years feeling emotionally disconnected while surrounded by constant communication. Talking everywhere, connection almost nowhere. And eventually, they stop losing interest in conversation itself. They lose interest in conversations that never touch the soul. How intelligence can turn into emotional self-destruction. Intelligence is often treated like protection. People assume that if someone is highly intelligent, they should naturally navigate life better, make smarter choices, understand themselves more clearly, avoid emotional chaos more effectively than everyone else. But what many people never realize is that intelligence can become incredibly dangerous when it turns inward without balance. Because the same mind capable of deep insight is also capable of deep self-destruction. And for many intelligent people, that destruction happens slowly, invisibly, and entirely inside their own head. At first, intelligence feels empowering. You notice patterns quickly, understand people deeply, analyze situations carefully. Your mind becomes the thing you trust most in the world. But over time, highly intelligent people often begin relying on thought for everything. Every emotion gets analyzed. Every relationship gets dissected. Every insecurity gets mentally revisited from multiple angles until the mind stops being a tool and starts becoming an environment the person cannot escape. The brain becomes hyperactive even during moments that should feel peaceful. And eventually, intelligence stops creating clarity. It starts creating emotional fragmentation. One reason this happens is because intelligent people tend to develop intense self-awareness. They observe themselves constantly. Their thoughts, motives, flaws, behaviors, emotional reactions. While some self-awareness is healthy, too much creates chronic internal monitoring. The person stops naturally experiencing life because another part of the mind is always observing the experience while it happens. Even happiness gets interrupted by analysis. Even love becomes psychological evaluation. Even rest becomes mental self-examination. The mind turns against itself quietly. Psychologists sometimes connect this to rumination and hyper-self-consciousness. Rumination occurs when the brain repeatedly loops through thoughts and emotions without reaching emotional resolution. Intelligent people are especially vulnerable because their analytical ability allows them to endlessly revisit experiences, searching for deeper understanding. But emotions are not math problems. Some emotional experiences cannot be solved intellectually. Yet the intelligent mind keeps trying anyway. That endless internal processing slowly becomes exhausting. One painful effect of this is emotional overcomplication. Intelligent people often struggle allowing themselves to feel things simply. Every emotion becomes layered with interpretation. Why am I feeling this? What does this say about me? Is this rational? What deeper insecurity caused this reaction? The emotional experience itself becomes secondary to analyzing the emotional experience, and over time, the person loses connection with emotional spontaneity entirely. They become trapped inside observation instead of participation. This also explains why highly intelligent people often become their own harshest critics. Their awareness allows them to detect flaws most people overlook. They notice contradictions inside themselves constantly. Weaknesses, inconsistencies, missed opportunities, emotional patterns. The problem is that the intelligent mind rarely stops at noticing flaws. It magnifies them. One awkward conversation becomes hours of self-criticism. One mistake becomes evidence of deeper inadequacy. One failure becomes existential reflection about wasted potential. The brain weaponizes awareness against the self. And because intelligent people are often emotionally sensitive too, these internal attacks hit deeply. The person may appear calm externally, while internally carrying relentless mental pressure every single day. Another dangerous aspect of intelligence is existential awareness. Highly intelligent people often think deeply about mortality, loneliness, meaning, suffering, and the temporary nature of life itself. Their mind naturally moves toward larger existential questions most people distract themselves away from. At first, this creates depth, but without emotional grounding, it can slowly create hopelessness. The person begins seeing through comforting illusions, through social masks, through shallow validation, through empty routines. And while this awareness may be intellectually accurate, emotionally it can become crushing when the mind loses connection with joy, simplicity, and presence. The intelligent person starts living too much inside abstraction and not enough inside actual life. Relationships often suffer because intelligent minds overanalyze human connection constantly. Instead of simply feeling close to someone, part of the brain studies the relationship continuously. Are they being genuine? Will this last? Am I too much? Are they emotionally withdrawing? The mind searches for hidden threats and future pain even during moments of intimacy. Eventually, emotional safety becomes difficult because the brain never fully relaxes its surveillance. Modern life makes this self-destruction even worse. The internet created endless opportunities for comparison, self-optimization, psychological analysis, and overstimulation. Intelligent people absorb all of it deeply. They consume endless information trying to improve themselves, understand themselves, fix themselves, and slowly life becomes a non-stop self-correction project. The person stops feeling like a human being. They start feeling like a problem constantly needing optimization. This creates emotional burnout because the nervous system was never meant to exist under permanent internal evaluation. Even rest feels guilty. Even peace feels temporary. Even achievements feel emotionally incomplete because the mind immediately identifies the next flaw or problem needing attention. And eventually, intelligent people begin feeling emotionally trapped inside their own consciousness. Not because they lack capability, because their mind never stops turning inward. The saddest part is that many intelligent individuals secretly believe their suffering is proof of depth or awareness. They become attached to overthinking because overthinking feels intellectually meaningful. But in reality, endless mental analysis often distances people from life rather than bringing them closer to it. The person understands life intellectually while losing the ability to emotionally live it fully. That is when intelligence becomes self-destructive, not because intelligence itself is harmful, but because awareness without emotional balance eventually consumes the person carrying it. And perhaps the hardest realization for many intelligent people is this: the mind that helped them survive, achieve, understand, and perceive the world deeply can also become the very thing slowly destroying their peace from within. Why intelligent minds crave solitude, but suffer from it too. There is a strange contradiction that lives inside many intelligent people. They crave solitude deeply, and at the same time, they suffer because of it. Not occasionally, constantly. Solitude feels like relief, like finally being able to breathe without pressure, noise, expectation, or performance. But after enough time passes, that same solitude starts turning into something heavier: loneliness, disconnection, a quiet kind of emotional emptiness that is hard to explain. And the mind gets stuck between wanting space and wanting connection, never fully satisfied with either. At first, the need for solitude makes perfect sense. Highly intelligent people often feel overwhelmed by the world around them. Their mind processes more, notices more, and absorbs more than most. Social environments can feel loud even when nobody is speaking loudly. Conversations can feel draining even when they appear normal. Emotional dynamics, social masks, subtle tensions, and hidden meanings are constantly being picked up by the brain. So solitude becomes a form of recovery, a place where the mind can finally slow down. No need to perform. No need to filter thoughts. No need to manage how you are perceived. Just space, silence, control over your own mental environment. And for a while, it feels like exactly what you needed. Psychologically, this makes sense. The brain requires periods of low stimulation to reset attention, regulate emotion, and restore mental energy. Intelligent minds, especially those with high sensitivity, often need more of this recovery time because they process life more intensely. So they retreat. And in the beginning, it feels healthy. But something subtle starts changing over time. The longer intelligent people stay in solitude, the more their inner world expands. Their thoughts become deeper, more complex, more layered. Their imagination grows. Their self-awareness increases. Their standards for conversation, connection, and emotional depth begin rising without them even noticing. And when they return to the outside world, something feels off. Conversations feel shallow, interactions feel scripted. People seem distracted, emotionally distant, disconnected from themselves. The contrast between inner depth and external reality becomes harder to ignore. So they retreat again, and the cycle continues. Solitude strengthens the inner world. The outer world starts feeling less compatible, and slowly, connection begins to feel more difficult, not easier. This is where solitude stops being only a refuge and starts becoming a trap. Because while intelligent people may enjoy being alone, they are still human. They still need connection, understanding, emotional closeness, shared experience. But after spending so much time in their own mental space, finding people who can meet them at that depth becomes harder. Not because those people do not exist, but because the gap between internal complexity and external interaction keeps growing. Another painful part of this is that solitude can amplify overthinking. Without external input, the intelligent mind turns inward more intensely. Thoughts loop, emotions get analyzed, past experiences get revisited, future possibilities get simulated. The brain has more space, but it does not always use that space for peace. Sometimes it uses it for rumination, and when there is nobody around to interrupt that loop, it can go on for hours, days, even years. So solitude, which once felt calming, starts becoming mentally heavy. The mind becomes louder in silence. This creates a paradox. You go into solitude to escape overstimulation, but you end up facing your own mind more intensely than ever. And if that mind is already prone to overthinking, self-criticism, or existential reflection, solitude can become emotionally exhausting instead of restorative. Relationships also become more complicated. Intelligent people who spend a lot of time alone often struggle reintegrating into social environments, not because they forgot how to talk, but because they struggle finding conversations that feel meaningful enough to justify the energy. They do not want constant interaction, but they want real interaction. The problem is that real interaction is rare, so they choose solitude again, even if part of them feels lonely. There is also fear involved. After experiencing peace in solitude, intelligent people often become protective of it. They worry that letting people in will bring chaos, disappointment, or emotional exhaustion back into their life. So they become selective, careful, guarded, and while this protects their mental space, it also limits opportunities for connection. The walls keep both noise and closeness out. Over time, this creates a quiet emotional conflict. Part of the person enjoys the independence, clarity, and control that solitude provides. Another part feels the absence of shared experience, of laughter, of being understood without explaining everything, of emotional warmth that cannot be recreated alone. And this is where the suffering begins, because no amount of solitude can fully replace human connection, and no amount of connection can fully replace solitude for an intelligent mind. So they move back and forth between the two, trying to find balance, often feeling like they belong completely in neither. The world feels overwhelming. Isolation feels incomplete, and the mind keeps searching for a place where both depth and connection can exist without conflict. That is what intelligent people are really craving. Not endless solitude, not constant social interaction, but a space where they can be fully themselves without needing to escape or hide. And until they find that, solitude will continue to feel like both a sanctuary and a quiet form of suffering at the same time. The silent battle between intelligence and inner peace. There is a battle happening inside many intelligent people that almost nobody sees. A constant tension between the mind and peace. The mind wants to understand everything. Peace requires letting go of the need to understand everything. And those two forces rarely coexist easily. From the outside, intelligent people often appear composed, thoughtful, self-aware, rational, but internally many are carrying non-stop mental activity that never fully shuts off. Their brain keeps searching, analyzing, questioning, predicting, replaying, evaluating, even during moments that should feel calm, even during moments that should feel beautiful. Part of the mind stays awake, watching everything, and over time, this creates a painful realization. Intelligence can help someone understand life deeply while simultaneously making it harder to experience peace within it. One reason this happens is because intelligent minds naturally resist uncertainty. They crave clarity, meaning, and understanding. The brain becomes conditioned to believe that if it can think deeply enough, analyze carefully enough, or anticipate accurately enough, it can finally reach emotional stability. But life does not work that way. Life remains uncertain no matter how intelligent someone becomes. People still leave. Pain still arrives unexpectedly. The future still cannot be controlled completely. Existence still contains unanswered questions, and intelligent people struggle emotionally with this reality because their mind keeps trying to solve experiences that cannot be fully solved. So instead of resting, the brain keeps working endlessly, trying to predict, trying to prevent suffering, trying to make sense of everything. Psychologists often connect this to cognitive overcontrol. Highly analytical individuals tend to rely heavily on thought as a way to create psychological safety. The problem is that excessive thinking eventually stops reducing anxiety and starts feeding it instead. The person becomes trapped inside permanent mental vigilance, always preparing, always evaluating, always mentally active. Peace becomes difficult because peace requires surrendering some control, and intelligent minds often fear surrender deeply, not because they enjoy suffering, because awareness taught them how fragile life actually is. They notice contradictions everywhere, how quickly happiness changes, how temporary relationships can be, how much human behavior is driven by fear, insecurity, and unconscious patterns, how unstable the world really is underneath social routines. And once someone sees these realities clearly, relaxing into ordinary life becomes surprisingly difficult. The intelligent mind keeps searching beneath the surface automatically. That awareness creates depth, but it also creates emotional weight. This is why many intelligent people secretly feel exhausted even during periods where nothing appears wrong externally. Their nervous system rarely fully rests because the brain never stops processing. They carry conversations long after they end, replay mistakes repeatedly, analyze emotional dynamics constantly, think about future possibilities while still mentally revisiting the past. The mind becomes overcrowded, and inner peace starts feeling distant. Another painful aspect of this battle is that intelligent people often become emotionally disconnected from the present moment. Their attention lives inside thought more than direct experience. While life is happening, part of the brain is busy interpreting it, evaluating it, or comparing it against imagined futures and alternate possibilities. Even joy becomes interrupted by awareness. You experience a beautiful moment, and immediately the mind notices how temporary it is. You fall in love, and part of the brain already fears loss. You achieve something meaningful, and the mind instantly asks what comes next. Nothing stays simple emotionally because intelligence keeps expanding perspective, and expanded perspective often weakens emotional stillness. Modern life intensifies this conflict dramatically. Today, intelligent minds are flooded with nonstop information, stimulation, comparison, and existential pressure. The brain absorbs world events, social conflict, productivity culture, endless opinions, technological change, and constant digital noise every day without pause. The nervous system never fully recovers. And because intelligent people process information deeply, they carry this psychological weight internally far more than others realize. Many become addicted to mental stimulation without recognizing it. Constant learning, constant thinking, constant self-analysis. The mind fears silence because silence removes distraction and exposes unresolved emotions underneath. So thought becomes escape, but also imprisonment. The person starts living almost entirely inside their head while gradually losing connection with simple presence. Relationships suffer from this too. Intelligent people often struggle being emotionally available because part of their attention remains trapped in analysis. They may deeply love someone while simultaneously overthinking the relationship constantly. Their mind keeps searching for hidden meaning, future risks, emotional inconsistencies. Instead of fully resting inside connection, they mentally monitor it. And eventually, even love becomes psychologically exhausting. The tragedy is that many intelligent people secretly believe peace will finally arrive once they solve enough problems or understand themselves completely. But peace does not come from complete intellectual mastery of life, because life cannot be mastered completely. There will always be uncertainty, always unanswered questions, always emotional risk. The intelligent mind keeps chasing final certainty, while peace quietly waits somewhere beyond the need for certainty itself. That is the painful paradox. The same awareness that allows intelligent people to perceive life deeply can also separate them from experiencing it peacefully. Because intelligence naturally pulls attention toward complexity, toward analysis, toward possibility, toward hidden meaning, while peace often exists inside simplicity, presence, acceptance, letting moments exist without mentally dissecting them. And many intelligent people struggle with that more than anyone realizes, not because they are incapable of peace, but because their mind became so skilled at searching that it forgot how to stop. So the battle continues quietly inside them every day. The mind searching endlessly for understanding. The soul quietly begging for rest.